Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, peace be upon us. Good morning, selamat pagi, wilujeng enjing sadayana, sampurasun. Hatur nuhun. Hatur nuhun. It is a tremendous honor for me, Amir Safa, to be your master of ceremony today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to warmly welcome our Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, MA. Good morning, Prof. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Sports and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Agus Rusdiana, MA, PhD. The Honorable All Heads and Secretary of Department and Study Programs. The Honorable Keynotes and invited speakers, respected professors. From Ministry of Youth and Sports, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Takahiro Sato, PhD, CAPE, Professor of Institute of Health and Sports Sciences, University of Tsukuba, Japan. The Honorable Professor Ma Xintong, Professor at Tsinghua University, China. The Honorable Puan Wahida Binti Tumijan, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. The Honorable Professor Charlie Setiawan, MS, PhD, Management Communication Forum of the Indonesian Physical Education Study Program, Professor at Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Henny Setiawati, MSE, Association of Indonesian Sports Mental Trainers, Professor at Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Charsiwan, MPD, Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Nuryadi, MPD, Head of Indonesian National Sports Committee of Bandung City, Associate Professor at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The Honorable of Chairman KONI Kota Bandung, KONI Jawa Barat, all co-hosting from the university, industry, professional organization, and all participants and distinguished guests. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. May gratitude and praises to be toward Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us blessings, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Praise and admiration be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, ISPESH 2025 is a part of an annual agenda that organized by the Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia since 2021. This year marks the 5th edition of ISPESH, carrying the theme, The Future of Physical Education, Sports, Health, and Recreation, Challenges and Opportunities. We welcome you to the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health, ISPESH 2025. Before we officially begin this event, let us take a moment to pray together, hoping for blessings and meaningfulness throughout our seminar. We would like to invite Mr. Riansah, MPD, to lead us in prayer. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Bapak Ibu, marilah sejenak kita berdoa, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala agar kegiatan kita pada hari ini dipermudah, dilancarkan dan menjadi berkah barokah untuk kita semua. Izin saya pimpin menurut agama Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafiu mazidah. Ya Rabbana laka hamdu kama yanbaghi li zalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa siyamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa qu'udana wa tadurwana wa taqasuana wa tamin taqsirana ya Allah ya Rabbal alamin. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, kami berharap ridhamu pada kegiatan hari ini. Atas kehendak dan izin-Mu, kami berkumpul pada kegiatan Seminar Internasional ISPESH yang kelima. Bimbinglah kami agar kelak kegiatan ini mendapatkan barokah-Mu, mendapatkan ilmu yang bermanfaat, dan menjadi jalan untuk mempererat tali silaturahmi serta thalabul ilmi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, sungguh besar asa kami kepadamu. Kami haturkan banyak terima kasih atas semua nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan. Nikmat iman, nikmat Islam, dan nikmat kesehatan. Bimbinglah kami agar kami tidak menjadi golongan orang yang kufur. Bimbinglah kami agar kami dapat terus ada di jalan-Mu, jalan yang lurus dan jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami meminta sebaik-baiknya permintaan, permohonan, keberhasilan, ilmu, amal, pahala, dan tetapkanlah kami dalam semua kebaikan. Beratkanlah timbangan kami, kokohkan iman kami, tinggikanlah derajat kami. Terimalah salat kami dan ampunilah kesalahan-kesalahan kami. Ya Rabb, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal jariah yang pahalanya terus mengalir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizki wa taubatan qoblal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut wa nazatan minan nar wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka malahab. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatana wa qurrata ayun waj'alna minal muttaqina imamah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allah ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Rizashah, for leading us in a moment of reflection. May this event fill with knowledge, wisdom, and positive contribution. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we are now going to sing the Indonesian National Anthem, Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Please rise, and for our audiences joining us via Zoom, kindly sit up straight as we honor our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, to enrich this opening ceremony with the spirit of culture, let us now enjoy a traditional dance performance. Rato Jaro is a traditional dance from Aceh performed by female dancers in a seated formation. It is known for its fast, rhythmic, and synchronized hand and body movements. Accompanied by a traditional music and vocal elements, this dance reflects the spirit of unity and vibrant energy. Please give big applause Rato Jaro by SMP Negeri 7 Bandung. Assalamualaikum. Kamu ucapkan ke Bandung rakan Jambi Bantakan. Salam salam Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Salam salam Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Amin Allah sembah amin. Berkat rahmat Allah yang beri. Amin Allah sembah amin. Urang mukmin gela-gela doa. Berkat rahmat Allah yang beri. Nang roh Aceh makmur sejahtera. Helale helale katanjo lale. Ananjo kate umuka tuha. Janggo dinggo nise. Hatota jombe tingkah mursalah. Janggo dinggo nise. Hatota jombe tingkah mursalah. Allahu ala eha leha laholam. Anan di bum jauh jalah hiji rentau barat yang bule jaga. Jauh jalah hiji rentu awi ayaho Allah wala eha.
Allah eha leha la ho ya ho Allah wala eha Allah eha leha la ho lam anan di bumbung jauh jala hiji rentau barat yang bule jaga jauh jala hiji rentu awi ya ho Allah wala eha leha la ho Allah wala eha leha la. Ila hotsa ila ombak mah anan kapai di ece mak pura hebat cuta salamun kamsa alon salabun alon awai bagata ila hotsa ila ombak mah anan kapai di ece mak pura hebat cuta salamun kamsa alon salamun alon awai bagata ila hotsa.
Give applause for SMP Negeri 7 Bandung. Thank you for the beautiful performance that has brought color and culture to this morning ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next part of our agenda. We are honored to present the report speech delivered by the Chairman of Organizing Committee 5th ISPESH. Please welcome Dr. Burhan Hambali, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector for Research, Business and Cooperation, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh MA, Excellencies, Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Agus Rusdiana MA PhD, all Vice Dean, Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Charsiwan MPD, all Head of Study Program at Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Keynote and invited speaker of the seminar. Excellencies, Chairman of the West Japan National Sport Committee, represented by Professor Dr. Yun Yudiana MPD, Chairman of the Bandung City National Sport Committee, Dr. Nuryadi MPD, and delegation from PT Kawai. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all faculty members of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Organizing Committee, and our audience joining is in the auditorium Zoom meeting from around the world. Welcome to the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025 with the theme The Future of Physical Education, Sport, Health and Recreation, Challenges and Opportunities. The seminar was held in a hybrid format with participants physically present in the auditorium and virtual participating via Zoom meeting but today and tomorrow. We would like express to gratitude to the keynote and invited speaker who were pleased to attend in Bandung, Professor Takahiro Sato from Tsukuba University, Japan, Professor Mak Sidong from Tsinghua University, China, Puan Wahidah binti Tumijan from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Profesor Salis Setiawan, PhD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Profesor Heni Setiawati from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia, Dr. Nuryadi MPD and Dr. Charsiwan MPD from the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. This fifth seminar was attended by 330 participants, consisting of 130 presenters and 200 participants to come from Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Japan, and Taiwan. 6 journal and 2 Scopus indexes proceeding will be published in this seminar. 1. International Journal of Human Movement. 2. Universal Journal of Public Health. 3. Journal of Food Science and Technology. 4. Journal of Civil Engineering and Architecture. 5. Journal of Mathematics and Statistics. 6. Journal of Physiotherapy Polska. 7. International Proceeding of NOPA Publisher. And 8. International Proceeding of Atlantis Press, Springer Nature. We would also like to express our gratitude to sponsors who supported this event, the Rector and Dean of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Ministry of Youth of Sport of the Republic of Indonesia, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga, the Indonesian National Sport Committee of West Java, the Indonesia National Sport Committee of Bandung City, the Indonesian Sewing Center and Speeder Swim, as well as to the organizing committee for preparing this seminar. Finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank you all for your attendance and apologies for any shortcoming. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Burhan Hambali, for delivering the report speech. Moving forward to the next part of our agenda, we would like to invite the head of the Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program to deliver a welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Haji Charsiwan, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of us. May Allah always bless us. Amin. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business, Profesor Dr. Bunyamin Maftuh, MPD, MA, Excellencies, Dean FPOK, Profesor Agus Rusdiana, SPD, MA, PhD, Excellencies, Vice Deans FPOK, Profesor Dr. Komarudin, MPD, Mustika Fitri MPD PhD, and Dr. Dian Budiana MPD. Excellencies, all head study programs, all out keynote and invited speakers, all co-hosting from the university, industry, professional organization, and all distinguished that I respect. Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, faculty members of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, the organizing committee, and our audience joining us. Welcome to the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere gratitude goes to all of you, especially for the keynote, Mr. Aryo Bimo Nandito Aritejo SH, Minister of Youth and Sport of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Takahiro Sato from University of Tsukuba, Japan, Professor Mak Sindong from Tsinghua University, China, Puan Wahidah binti Tumijan from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. And invited speakers, Professor Charles Tiawan MS PhD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Heni Setiawati MSI from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Dr. Nuryadi MPD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. We really appreciate your time and willingness to contribute to our program. I would also deliver my gratitude to all the committee members who have worked hard to host the seminar, all stakeholders and parties for endless support and assistance during the preparation of the seminar. All for hosting, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia, KONI Jawa Barat, PT KW Japan, thank you for participation, and especially for the best our co-hosting Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Thank you for your cooperation, support, and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar, an annual event, and this is the 5th year that we are holding our major annual event in hybrid format. In regarding the theme of this seminar, namely the future of physical education, sport, health, and recreation, challenges and opportunities. Especially for overseas keynote speakers, we hope to develop cooperation in other fields such as visiting lecture, research partnership, collaborative papers, summer camp, student international mobility, and so on. On this occasion, I would like to say welcome to all you at the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025. I hope this seminar can become a platform to share knowledge, ideas, and best practice experience on how to build, develop, and promote a health lifestyle through physical education, sport, and health activities. How physical education, sport, and health can make positive and significant contribution to improving the quality of active lifestyle and significant contribution to improving the quality of active and healthy lifestyle, then will ultimately help improve the better quality of life. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Haji Charsiwan MPD, for the welcoming speech. May your speech encourage us all to make the most of this opportunity to learn, connect, and contribute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the opening speech delivered by the Dean of FPOK, the Faculty of Sports and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Please welcome Profesor Agus Rusdiana, MA, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy together decision seminar with us today. And welcome to Bandung City. You know, Bandung Education Center in Indonesia and the good weather condition. We hope you enjoy everything in the wonderful city. Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Benjamin Mabtu MA, Honorable Keynote Speakers, Aryo Bima Artejo, the Minister of Youth and Sport Republik Indonesia, Professor Takahiro Sato from Tsukuba University, Japan. Sensei, sanen mae tashiwa Tsukuba daigaku ite, sensei mite nisukan kurai sudaimashita. Sato sensei, Ohio State Daigaku Amerika Hakasekate sugoshimashita ne. Ima nihon de wa Thank you wa. Do desu ka? Atsui desu ka? Demo, Bandung de wa daijoubu desu yo ne. Arigatou gozaimashita. Professor Ma Qingdong from Tsinghua University, China. We know Tsinghua University is the best university in the Asia and the world. Thank you very much. And then one Wahadima from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. You know, Mara Malaysia technology is the best in the Malaysia University. And also, the Honorable Board Speaker from Indonesia, Prof. Charles Setiawan, Prof. Heri Setiawati, Dr. Charsiwan, and Dr. Nuryadi. Thank you very much for your participation in this conference. The honorable guests, committees, and participants, first of all, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers for sharing time in the session, and I also give appreciation in organization committee and all participants in this international conference. We know this conference is a part of our activity from In My Duty. It has purpose to provide platform for sharing knowledge and academic collaboration as well. And then this provide an opportunity to discuss theoretical practical knowledge in the physical education, sport, and health. Finally, let us make the most of our together for learning, sharing, and growing. Once again, please enjoy everything in beautiful city. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Agus Rusdiana, MA, PhD, for your inspiring opening speech. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to officially comment ISPESH 2025, we are delighted to invite Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership, and Business. Please welcome Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat pagi. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ni hao. Honorable Professor Agus Rusdiana, PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and also with the Vice Dean, Honorable Dr. Charsiwan, Head of Study Program of Physical Education, Health and Recreation, Honorable Professor Takahiro Sato from Institute of Health and Sport Science at University of Tsukuba, Japan. Prof. Sato is the same alumni with me from Ohio State University. Yeah. And Professor Ma Xindong from Tsinghua University, China. Honorable Puan Wahidah binti Tumijan, University of Technology Mara, Malaysia. And Honorable Professor Yun Yudiana, representative of National Sport Committee Office, West Java Province Office, and also Dr. Nuryadi, Head of National Sport Committee from Bandung Municipality, and distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and speakers, and dear participants. Good morning and warmly welcome to the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025, organized by the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Standing before you today as the Vice Rector for Research, Business, and Partnership is an honor and privilege. We are gathered here to celebrate and explore challenges and opportunities of the future of physical education, health, and recreation. This seminar brings together a diverse and distinguished group of academics, practitioners, policymakers, and enthusiasts worldwide. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in thought-provoking discussion, share groundbreaking research, and forge partnership to advance our shared goals. At Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, we are committed to excellence in education, research, and community engagement. Our institution recognizes sports' significant role in shaping societies, improving health, and bridging cultural divides. Through this seminar, we aim to create a platform that highlights the positive impact of sport and inspire innovative strategies and collaborative efforts to address global challenges. I would like to thank our organizing committee, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants for their invaluable contribution. Your dedication and expertise make this conference a beacon of knowledge and inspiration. As we embark on this journey over the next few days, let us remain open to new ideas, challenge conventional thinking, and strengthen our commitment to using sport as a catalyst for positive change, we can build a more inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous world. I hope this seminar will offer new insight toward innovation in physical education, sport and health research, as well as opportunity to disseminate your research so that your research obtain more exposure and cognitive and recognition nationally and even globally. And I would like to wish you all a great day ahead and a fruitful and enriching seminar. As requested by the head of organizing committee on behalf of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that this 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2025, organized by the Study Program of Physical Education, Health and Rekreasi, Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Indonesia, officially open. Once again, thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause for Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu MA. Thank you, Prof, for the opening speech and for officially opening the 5th International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health, ISPESH 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, ISPESH 2025 is now officially open. May this event be filled with insightful discussion, innovative ideas, and meaningful collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue this momentum, we are pleased to present a special video message from the Ministry of Youth and Sports Affairs, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia, expressing the support for ISPESH 2025. May we now kindly turn our attention to the screen. Please give applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam olahraga. Yang saya hormati Rektor dan jajaran Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Ketua Panitia ISPESH 2025, para akademisi dan praktisi, serta seluruh peserta seminar yang saya banggakan. Pertama-tama kami Kemenpora menyampaikan apresiasi atas terselenggaranya seminar internasional ini yang mengangkat tema sangat relevan, The Future of Physical Education, Sports, Health, and Recreation. Seminar ini menjadi ruang penting untuk mempertemukan gagasan, riset, dan inovasi dari berbagai pemangku kepentingan dalam dunia olahraga dan pendidikan jasmani. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pemerintah Indonesia tengah mendorong transformasi besar melalui desain besar olahraga nasional. Visi kami jelas membudayakan olahraga di masyarakat, membina prestasi usia dini, dan membangun industri olahraga yang mandiri dan berdaya saing. Kita menargetkan partisipasi olahraga masyarakat meningkat hingga 70%, serta Indonesia masuk 5 besar Olimpiade pada 2045. Untuk itu, pembinaan olahraga kini difokuskan pada pendekatan sport science, pemanfaatan big data, dan pelibatan talenta muda secara berkelanjutan. Transformasi digital juga menjadi peluang besar, baik di sektor olahraga maupun pendidikan jasmani. Kita menyaksikan bagaimana wearable tech, aplikasi kebugaran, e-sport, hingga digital sports mengubah wajah partisipasi olahraga di kalangan generasi muda. Ini semua harus kita manfaatkan dengan bijak agar teknologi mendorong gerak, bukan malah membuat kita semakin pasif. Dalam skala global, Indonesia terus menguatkan diplomasi olahraga. Berbagai event internasional seperti Asian Games, FIBA World Cup, hingga FIFA U17 telah sukses kita selenggarakan. Semua ini menjadi bukti bahwa Indonesia siap menjadi bagian penting dalam peta olahraga dunia. Dan yang terpenting, pemuda adalah aktor utama. Dengan 64 juta pemuda Indonesia, kita memiliki modal luar biasa. Mereka lah atlet masa depan, inovator industri olahraga, dan pelopor gaya hidup sehat. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin sekalian, mari kita manfaatkan forum ini untuk saling belajar, berkolaborasi, dan melahirkan terobosan nyata Dengan semangat bersama, saya yakin kita mampu mewujudkan ekosistem olahraga dan kesehatan yang inklusif, ilmiah, dan berdaya saing global. Demikian dapat saya sampaikan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the Honorable Dito Aryo Tejo, Minister of Youth and Sport Affairs, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia, for the support for 5th ISPESH 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we will hold a photo session to keynote speakers, invited speakers, the Dean, the Vice Rector, as well as moderators are welcome to take a position. Thank you. Please rise and take a position. And for the documentation team, please take a position. We will hold the photo twice, 2 kali. Untuk yang pertama di depan bersama seluruh invited speakers dan keynote speakers. And then we will hold a photo session together with the participants. All right, on my count, give smile. 1, 2. All right. We hold a second. All right, all good? All right. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Sekali lagi, cheese kacang bun. Cheese. Okay. 100 nilainya. Alright, once more. Oke. Dan sekali lagi menghadap ke depan, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. For the participant, please rise together. We will hold a photo session together. Okay, give the best smile for this photo. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Oke, begini ya Bapak Ibu. Semangat. Oke, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Mendunia, oke, melesat mendunia. Alright, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Alright, thank you so much. And please hold. And photo session with the sponsors. Baik, we invited all the speakers, all the keynote speakers untuk mendapatkan hadiah dari sponsor. Kami persilakan untuk berfoto bersama. Oke, kami persilakan tim dokumentasi untuk mendokumentasikan dari depan bersama souvenirs dari sponsor. Untuk keynote speakers dan seluruh honorable boleh berdiri sebentar untuk mendokumentasikan bersama hadiah dari sponsor kita yang luar biasa. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah, Bapak Ibu yang luar biasa. Oke, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Kurang rapat, boleh merapat lagi. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Baik, berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk sponsor kita hari ini yang luar biasa. Terima kasih atas supportnya kepada 5th ISPESH 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived for us to begin our first keynote session. This session will be chaired by the Honorable Dr. Candidate Hilda Ilmawati, MPD, as our moderator. Hilda Ilmawati, MPD, is a PhD student in sport education at the Postgraduate School of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She is an education facilitator with over 10 years of experiences in teacher training, physical education research, and the development of innovative teaching methods and materials. Her passion focused on advancing physical education and the professional growth of physical education teachers in Indonesia. We are honored to welcome the Honorable Professor Takahiro Sato, PhD, CAPE, Professor at the Institute of Health and Sports Sciences, University of Tsukuba, Japan. Here's a little pantun. Don't forget to cakep. Okay. Oh, belum. Yesterday we ate papeda. Eating it with bandros. The Honorable Miss Hilda, the time is yours. Give applause, everyone.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Wonderful. Thank you so much. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Partnership and Business, Professor Dr. Bonyamin Mahfud, PDMA, the Honorable Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation, Dr. Charles Siwan, MPD, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health, Professor Dr. Agus Rusdiana, MA, PhD, the Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Sport Education and Health, Professor Dr. Komarudin, MPD, Dr. Bunyana, MPD, Dian Budiana, MPD, the Chairman of the Organizing Committee, ISPESH, Dr. Burhan Hambali, MPD, and our speakers from University of Tsukuba, Japan, Professor Takahiro Sato, PhD, CAPE, and distinguished participant. And ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hilda Ilmawati. It gives me a great pleasure to be a moderator of today's session. And for today's session, I would like to invite our first speaker, Professor Takahiro Sato, PhD, CAPE, to come to the stage. Before the presentation sessions begin, please allow me to share a brief introduction about our speaker. Professor Takahiro Sato, PhD, CAPE, is a distinguished academic currently serving as a professor at the Institute of Health and Sports Sciences at the University of Tsukuba, Japan, where he also holds the position as assistant dean. Dr. Sato earned his PhD in Adapted Physical Education Teachers Education from the Ohio State University, and his dissertation focused on experiences of Asian international doctoral students in adapted physical activity programs, reflecting his long-standing interest in multicultural education. He also holds a master in kinesiology and leisure science from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and bachelor in physical education from the University of Mount Union, Hawaii. Since 2019, Dr. Sato has served as a professor at the University of Tsukuba. Dr. Sato also the author of 103 publications, including peer-reviewed journal articles. His research focused on adapted physical education, inclusive teaching practice, and intersection of multiculturalism and sport. His academic work is widely recognized and has been awarded multiple research grants and supporting investigation in these areas. So ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begin, let me tell you how this session will run. So firstly, the speaker will present the presentation for about 45 minutes. After that, there will be 15 minutes question and answer session. And finally, the session will be ended by the conclusion. So without further ado, Professor Sato, I would like to give the floor for you for 45 minutes to start your presentations.
Good morning, everybody. If you don't mind, you can post my slide start like for the first. Thank you. First, I really do appreciate that all the committee members, professors, who gave me the opportunity to speak at a keynote speech and in this occasion. My name is Dr. Takahiro Sato. I'm the professor, assistant dean of the Institute and Sports Health and Sports Sciences at the University of Tsukuba. So today's topic is more about, I really wanted to focus on the future of the physical education, sport, health and recreation, challenges, opportunity, and adapted physical educations. This adapted physical educations is teaching students with a disability and in school setting. It's such a very, very small field around the world. We have that significant teacher shortage, and we have so many serious issues and concerns. I want you to, today, once you complete that my presentations, I really want you to thinking about what you can do at your home country, Indonesia, Malaysia, China, and Japan, so on. So today's I wanted to explain a little bit more about my background, why this area, field of the research and practice is so important today. So next slide, please. So this is actually my professional backgrounds and stuff too. And Miss Hilda already talks about my background and stuff too. So I'm not gonna step it into one of that. So today's session, currently, I have been to the United States for 24 years. Almost 9 years is I was in that international students in the United States, and about at the same time, it's since 2007, I started to work as a professor at 2 different institutions. One is a historically Black college in the university. So I only taught probably 95% or 100% of the students were African American. So I looking at racism in sport, physical activity, social justice, and diversity. Our experiences, we all diverse here. today. Some of the students who are suffering from the poverty, some of the students don't have both parents. Some of the students have for sexual and orientations, disability, diseases, so on. So for me, it's like for this, to me, looking at this topic is so important. Now, currently, I'm the associate editor of the Journal of the Quest. Now, from this year, and then I looking at that for maybe I reviewed for that I assigned to the reviewers, and based on my experiences that in the Quest, and I really looking at that for, and I wanted to introduce like what is the global trends of the research and in the physical activity in sports in relation to adapted physical education today. Next, please. Next slide, please. Is that moving? Okay, thank you. Now, in the United States now, as you know, Trump administrations is very, very serious concern for the disability. Now, when I was in Ohio State, I was working at like an equity, diversity, inclusion office at the Ohio State University. Now, it's completely shut down. The reason is you cannot use the words equity, diversity, inclusion in the United States anymore. So my field is like for this is a serious concern. Where is the student disability is treated at the higher education, even like the school system? That is like a very, very scary moment of that what's going to happen to at least the next 4 years. That where is the education moving towards to it? This is one of that it's a serious one, and then I feel like it's really how that special education is completely disappeared, disability services gone, and this is I didn't want you to thinking about like what you can do in your home country and here today. Next slide, please. So, serious concern about like the special education services. Now, adapted physical education is based on the special education services. So, Lily, I want you to, if you don't have the service, that means like there is a serious budget cut, resource limitations. Because it's that giving to the special education services is costly. That reason is that a student with a disability, sometimes you have the intellectual disability, physical disability, sometimes the hidden disability, including like attention deficit hyperactive disorder, which call like ADHD type of things. Now, that is like a budget cut is a serious resources. Now, if you got cut to the budget, question comes, what is going to happen to the next? Thinking about means like a lack of the special education services, lack of the special education school, it's automatically moving towards the inclusive educations. Once you got the inclusive education, many students with a disability are not appropriate to receive the instructions at the inclusive level. Sometimes they need to individualize the instructions for in the dealing with the student with the disability. The reason is that if you don't have the money, you have the budget cut. And the problem in the story is the staff shortage, lack of the teachers, lack of the staffs, lack of the volunteers. All that stuff is going to be the adversely affected to the education in general. So these are like the serious concerns of the special education services. Next slide, please. Okay, go. Okay. Now, when you're looking at, I'm talking about the example of the United States, but it talks about like a teacher shortage across the globe, actually. Japan's facing like a serious teacher shortage. United States has a serious teacher shortage. Africa has a teacher shortage. That reason is that because if you got like economical growth, because like you may have some types of that educational loan to go to the college and university, sometime, and you want to have that high-paying jobs or professions if you wanted to, because you need to pay back of the educational loans. So it's one of the reasons is that a teacher salary-wise is really stable, but stay low. Therefore, in order to do that, that's one reason. Second reason, retention rate is so low too. Because there is a reality shock that when you step in that new professions as being a teacher, there are so many students here in the group that probably next 1 or 2 years, you're gonna try to get the teaching job in the future. Once you got into the teaching job, you got the reality shock. Now, issue is college educations really well preparing the student, and they will be able to apply and knowledge and skill to in professions that is questionable. So it's not only the high-paying job, but a retention rate is low. It's not only about like Japan, the United States. Retention issues is across the globe. When you look at this, next slide, please. Thank you. This is where the global teacher shortage is hitting hardest. Looking at Africa, looking at Asia, looking at the Caribbean. And when you're looking at the new hire needed to share the 2022 the teacher numbers, Africa is 178%, definitely shortage. Southern Asia is at 52%, definitely shortage. Southeast Asia, 67%, definitely shortage. Eastern Asia, even including Japan, it's different. Japan and China, definitely shortage. So these are like a global teacher shortage in the hitting the hardest. Next slide, please. So that block talks about is like because it's the adapted to physical. I'm going to go back to the adapted to physical education area. There is currently no systematic way to knowing that what the students are being taught, who is teaching them, how much instruction they're receiving, any other detail about how the instruction being delivered. And actually, it's like this is one of the challenges is that where it's like how the student disability taught. That was like for the global issues right now that are currently at this moment. And then like for the second one, there is like another challenge that a student with disability receiving the appropriate PE services or not. The issue is that one of the challenges is assessment. I didn't put into the slide, but it's an assessment. Assessment means like a student, either student with disability is educated at special education school or inclusive education. How that a teacher assess that the children collected the data and place the appropriate placement for the student disability. That's a significantly lacking across the globe, including the United States. I feel I was educated from the Ohio State, and I didn't do really good job for the conducting the assessments and stuff too, because we don't have that many researchers that who could conduct that assessment. and an evaluation process. That's the issues. Next slide. Additional challenges, it's like the research challenges, professional examining the training. When you become the teachers, it doesn't matter that you're physical education teachers or adapted physical education teachers, you need the professional development. Absolutely, for sure.
Mohon dibantu untuk berpindah slide-nya, Kak.
Oh, okay. Next one. Okay, yeah. And then actually the training, professional development. So right now, it's like there is like a global standards of the adapted physical education, national standards, prepared the competency, but there's like a little research has been conducted and then for the standards, and then that's one of the challenges and stuff. Now, I really want you to thinking about after you finish, you complete the degree program, or your teachers, your professors, where do you go from here? You wanted to be the practitioners, or you wanted to become like a researchers? That's why I really want you to really ask yourself then where you wanted to go and stuff. One, adapted physical education is extremely really small academic field. Second, it's important. It's defined in the role and the responsibility and the practitioner as being the researcher and in the country of the Indonesia or Malaysia and so on. APE practitioners are the teacher and coaches. Also, this one is including the coaches, Paralympics, Special Olympics, so on. And this is, you may be able to focus on the understanding, the improving the APE practice. Researchers need to know how to collect and analyze it and report to the evidence-based result and the individual with disability. I just talked about the assessment procedures. In order to get the data collection, evidence base is quite important, and for that. So you got to thinking about either you got to go to the practitioner and the researchers. Now, I wanted to talk about a little bit more about the practitioners. Where do we go from now? This is actually in the United States. It's like I have been working on it. Adapted physical education teachers don't stay in one school every week. Monday, you gotta go to the one Franklin Elementary School. Second day is like Jones Middle School. Next day, Smith High School. All that, and you can moving on to like the traveling teachers. So because there's such a teacher shortage, and every week, one adapted physical education visit to like 5 different schools weekly. That's what they call like we're dealing the traveling teacher system. We're lacking of that physical education teacher shortage now. And so the problem is that the second one is that a para-educator recruitment system. Para-educator means volunteers. So you gotta recruit the volunteers to make like the efficient instructions as much as possible. That's like for the you can trying to get like from the additional support. Volunteer is really important personnel, and you can rely on to the ask for the help, additional help for the teaching student with the disabilities. Last one, unify the sports program. Now, you might go to the athletics. You can attend the athletics program after the school program. But sometimes inclusive, unified program is student with and without the disability play the sports together. That might be the opportunity we call like a unified sports program. So you can say when you have that a student with a disability coming to your team, no, you know what though? I don't want the student disability because you can participate in this team and because that you have a disability. That's a completely unethical. To me, ethical behavior, you need to include the student disability no matter what. So this is one that a unified sports program is the most very, very important factors. Next slide, please. As a researcher, double jeopardy research is needed. That issue is double jeopardy means I wanted to kind of little bit spend the time on it and these presentations. One is like the double jeopardy means we all have that double or triple jeopardies. For example, when I was in the United States, even I'm here in Indonesia, I don't speak the language of the, how they call Bahasa Indonesia, okay? So I feel that because I don't speak your language, and it's very, very difficult to communicate with you. That's one jeopardy right here that I'm really struggling to communicate. I'm very, very trying to find my comfort zone within the uncomfortable situation. Right now, that at this moment, people, I give it to the speech right now that at this moment, and definitely, I'm definitely uncomfortable situations. But at the same time, I also have some types of the diseases and those kind of things. So, and I have a little bit about the family issues and those kind of things. And so we all have like a little bit about the double and triple jeopardies. When you look at the adapted physical education, sometimes you find like the student disability as the one jeopardy, but when you're looking at the background, sometimes the student suffering from not having the money, poverty, not be able to participate, social isolations. Maybe parents don't support it to their physical activity. Maybe triple, maybe it's called like a quarter number 4 or 5 jeopardy you might find. It's very, very struggling. Now, please, when you go to the adapted physical education field, please don't only treat that student as like a disability components only. Make sure you're looking at the student disability background of the student disability. Each person has a different background of the person, of the double jeopardy. And in this room, everybody has the different kinds of the double jeopardy now. Everybody. How do we respect the individual differences? How do we respect the individual differences and accept the individual differences? That's the extremely, extremely important thing for you in the future. Now, I wanted to talk about this topic is about the future. No one talks about the double jeopardy across the globe right now. No one talks about it. This is I wanted to see in the future. You wanted to deal with the double jeopardy. You trying to treat that individual needs. I'm coming here to see you and stuff too. And I don't know anything about like the Muslim cultures, the Islamic and all that stuff. I may have some types of the unconscious biases regarding that. Your job is trying to teach me to increase my minimize my unconscious knowing, level of the knowing, and the maximizing the conscious level of the knowing. That's what your kind of really responsibility that I need to do it, because like I don't know anything about it. Sometimes I may have some type of disrespectful behaviors, but I unconsciously doing that for you. But if you don't tell me what is right or what is wrong, then I make myself the really struggle positions, and you may have some types of the biases regarding my behavior. And probably we're not gonna know about we're not gonna know about each other again if we had that situations. So that's one of that I wanted to talk about that. All right. I didn't want to try to looking at the three different things. Time is okay. Time is okay. Now, definitely, I wanted to really spend the time on it. Please remember, you don't forget my presentation today, but except this one: prejudice, stereotype, and racism. And to me, it's like one that it's really important. When you deal with a student with a disability, student disability also has a certain ethnic background. It could be like a more different multicultural background, different skin colors, or maybe sometimes the gender differences also. And I don't mean to I include the gender as a part of the racism, but remember, prejudice, before you meet someone, you have some type of the biases. So now you're looking at the flyer probably 2 or 3 weeks about this conference. You're looking at me and Dr. Mart's, the pictures and stuff, then kind of everybody has who are we? Who are these presenters? You might have some types of biases. Probably, I may be a great researcher or no, but it's probably completely wrong. Probably it could be the opposite. I don't mean that I'm stupid, but I mean that's for the prejudgment. You have some type of prejudgment before I meet. Now you're in getting rid of the prejudgment stage right now, prejudice stage right now, because you start to learn about me, my background, through that lecture now. Now, that's really personal, like a prejudgment. When I come to the Indonesia first time in the last September, I was very, very extremely nervous because this was the second time I meet the Hilda-san, but I didn't know about the culture in Indonesia that I was very, very nervous about it to present it here. Because I had a lot of the prejudice related. That's for the prejudice. Second, stereotype. If you're looking at I'm a Japanese people are like this. Americans are like this. Students with autism are like this. You're trying to categorize a certain group of the people and have a bias about it. The bias, it could be included in the positive thing. It could be the negative things. So to me, it's it's the both way, it's like a stereotype. And you know what? I don't mean to say that please don't get rid of the stereotype. You can't do that. However, you have to reflect yourself to understand what that's a really stereotype mean to it. That's really important things. Is that possible that you can try to transform your negative stereotype to a positive stereotype? If you have a positive stereotype, that's good. But if you have a negative stereotype, and you have to reflect yourself, then why you have the negative stereotype? That's very, very important things. If you have the negative stereotype, differently your behavior is gonna change to become like a violence. That's what they call like a discriminations. So if you have the negative stereotype, sometimes, okay, the woman should not play the sports type of things. If you have some type of idea, it could be like a religious reason or maybe cultural reason. I don't know, but you gotta really thinking about the why. You gotta thinking about why and how that happened. You gotta looking at go back to the history and culture, and you looking at reflect yourself and looking at my behaviors. Sometimes discrimination happens because you start to compare with the other peoples and stuff that you may have some type of low self-esteem. That's another issue also. Make sure in order to overcome these three factors, make sure that you have to increase your self-confidence and self-esteem, and you have to like yourself. You must like yourself. If you don't like yourself, definitely you're not going to be able to help in the people. You're here to help the people here. That's what you're here for. You're preparing to helping the future children with the disability and no matter what. I'm not talking about that you trying to treat the student or equally, but trying to looking at treat the student differently, but trying to define yourself what your philosophical concept of the inclusion mean to you. That is the message of that. This is like a very, very important things about like you learned from looking at the prejudice and stereotype and the discriminations. Probably, I was not a really good student when I was in the high school. When I looking at my behavior, it's all discriminations. Because I didn't like myself. I started to like myself that I started to improve my strengths as much as possible in teaching. And as being the researcher, coming to this level, it's not easy. Dr. Mark is like same way. The research is not an easy part. It's a challenging portion. I wanted to give it to the message you do all. It's every job, what you good in a future job, adaptive physical education, researcher, exercise scientist. None of the job is easy. Every job you going to the task is very, very difficult and challenges. But take a risks. If you don't take the risks, you're not going to learn anything. Take the risks. That's one message to use and stuff to and for that and these presentations. Great, thank you. Possible theoretical framework. One is for that as being the researcher. I'm looking at like two things. Now, when I was at when I come to this theoretical framework, positioning theory, when I got this, it took about like 6 years to find this theoretical framework. Positioning theory is about like how do you connect with the people with a disability? How do I have positive or negative attitudes towards like the teaching student with a disability? And my academic advisor from Samuel Hodge was like a theory of the planned behavior. He was a different theoretical framework. We had a huge argument regarding like the positioning theory. But positioning theory to me is that because it's that we can't judge like a student disability either just the positive or negative attitudes. We need to find out that I wanted to know about the process of that attitude. Why I have the current attitude towards with the disability. Sometimes I was very scared to teach students with like autism because like unexpected, unpredictable behaviors all the time. Negative. Students to start the violence suddenly, and I was very, very scared about it. So to me, it's like this theoretical framework is like it's one of the challenges. But to me, I want to know more about like for the possible to the theoretical framework. If you're a researcher, please try to take a look at like a positioning theory. Once you try to find like a problems of the through the positioning theory, then you might start to looking at the andragogy theory. Andragogy is more like a professional development. I'm developing a lot of the online the professional development for the teachers. Now it's like I'm a really because the teacher have different kinds, different types of the problems, because each student, each school has a different, each school district has a different situations. So to me, professional development is trying to help that problem solve as a material, as much as possible. Sometimes professional development, all the teacher, even professors, do you attend the professional development? Why I'm attending these sessions? Because it's I already know about this stuff. See, adaptive physical education is differently understanding about the student background and the issue is extremely important. And then trying to problem solving technique, you learn the problem solving technique is like a very, very important factors. Make sure that you focusing on the student learning experiences as well. Now, experiential learning cycle. Now, you all the students sometime, you taking the college courses, you only take the lecture courses, but not the practical base. You might go to like the field experiences side, or you are hands-on, it's called like a hands-on. When I was at Kent State University, I sent the student to special school for a severe disability. They have to teach swimming for the student with a disability. That's a part of the course curriculum. So make sure lecture courses, you forget about it differently. Your learning become really passive. But if you want to become an active learner, you need to have experiences. You have to explore volunteering like Special Olympics for athlete with like an intellectual disability. Going in Paralympics, those kind of things. ASEAN Games, those kind of things. So you're gonna start to do sometimes developing the experiential experiences. So there's like a fourth cycle. It's like the diversifying, assimilating, converging, and then accommodating. Those are like the whole cycle of the student learning experiences. That's including the college students as well. Next, please. Practical experiences, that's what I talked about, the experiential learning experiences. This is how I like it for the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. They do it about like the practical experiences. That's why they kind of really increase like for the learning experiences and stuff. Now, it's very, very important that adaptive physical education, you start to connect theory and practice connected together. That's what that's a requirement. So make sure that we trying to focus on not only the focus on the lecture, but also in the practical experience as much as possible. How many minutes do we have? 10 minutes. These are my students when I was in the Kent State. When you volunteer Special Olympics or Paralympics, they need the extra funding. Special Olympics, differently, you have to do some type of fundraising. I learned so much. This is actually I don't teach to my students. Students are trying to explore, because like one day, Doc Sato, I didn't want to help like a Special Olympics for the budget-wise, because they said they cannot participate because they cannot pay the registration fee. How do I have to increase the monies and stuff too? And then that was a good question, because it's fundraising. It's not a part of my curriculum, not adapted physical education curriculum. But fundraising is an indirect curriculum, because like they have to know how to do the fundraising. Because if you don't do the fundraising, if you don't know how to, it's more like this is a part of the economy things. This is how you make the money. If you're thinking about it, if you really know how to make the money and helping the people, it's about your professional development, I wanted to say, but it's professional investment for you. Because you know how to make the money. You can develop probably if you don't want to become the teacher, you may be able to develop, establish, and build non-profit organizations that will be able to help in like the student disability and sports in the community. My students, 80% of my students, they don't become the teachers. They stop being the teachers. Do you know why? Because they can't do the fundraising for the teaching student with a disability. They become managers, economy, and also investors. That money management, it's called like it's a part of the sports management, but it's more like how to increase like for the fundraising for that. Then you invest for the percentage, then you participate and increase, and then finding the sponsors. My students is like the one that are collaborating with ASICS, Nikes, Under Armours, to get the funding from the to run into the Special Olympics. If you make sure that if you got the adapted physical education, please conduct like a student profile, the research. Even you're a practitioner and you're researchers, make sure that conducting the student profile research is quite important. When I did like a student profile research, is like you trying to, each student with a disability have inconsistent behaviors all the time. Monday, positive, very, very good behaviors. He or she listen my instructions, all that. Then they could move on to another instruction. But Tuesday, horrible. Wednesday, horrible. Thursday, good. So inconsistent behaviors. That's what the student disabilities are. You cannot, that's like a beauty of this job, because you cannot predict the student behavior all the time. So that's one of the things. So make sure that you conduct the student profile, then research. I'm gonna go to the last slide. Yeah, this one. Almost like I got my presentation is gonna be time's up. So this is my slide. Now, I want you to thinking about, in order to, in this country, Indonesia, Malaysia, or ASEAN countries, how do you find like the field site or the internship in an adaptive physical education? That's going to be to like I'm really giving to you to thinking about how do you maximize your experiential learning experiences besides the lecture components. These questions could be like for the college professor and a university professor here today, or maybe the teachers, or maybe who's taking care of the practicum experiences. Very, very important factors. even finding the places that who can do for the collaborating with the lecture components or and the field sites and internship is how do you maximize like the expenditure learning experiences is so important. So today's like I wanted to get like the Q&A questions and then definitely in the field and answers. I apologize, like my time is quite short, so I might move on to a little quickly as much as possible. But I hope that you learned that something from my instruction.
Thank you so much, Professor Sato, for your comprehensive and informative presentation. Once again, everyone, let's give a big round of applause to Professor Sato. Thank you so much, professors. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the questions and answer sessions. And these sessions will allow all participants on-site and also online participants to ask up to 3 questions. We have 15 minutes for Q&A session. And I am pleased to invite everyone here. If you have any questions for our speaker, please raise your hands. So the first question is Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar. And the second question I'm going to give the participant in the middle. I think that Madam is raised hand faster. And the last questions, the participant on my left. So yeah, Dr. Charles Iwan, Dr. Bambang, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Hilda. Nice to meet you, Mr.
Nice to meet you
Sato.
again.
We have already met at EPOK building. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very huge information about adaptive physical education. You are talking about inclusive school or inclusive class, and also the big issue about disability people and kind of experiential learning in physical education, adaptive physical education. Actually, in Indonesia, we have a kind of situation which is the best thing of the special needs school curriculum. It should be sport-oriented curriculum, or I don't say a movement or kind of that. Yeah. So I would like your opinion. Which one the best curriculum for special needs school in our region? But it is the first question. I want to have also one second question. I would like you to comment. When I experience in outside of Asia, in Europe, there is a term of movement therapeutics that call it psychomotor therapy. It is very important for our country, our region, to empower disability, even physical disabled or psycho disabled or psychopathology kind of that. We have a kind of receive kind of that to secure or to let's say mengobati, ya di sini bahasa Hilda. To cure, yes, to cure the disability people by psychomotoric therapy. And I think in our Asia should be developed of this kind of concept. Even Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, there is one community of psychomotoric therapy, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. First questions regarding it's quite, and to me, it's like I wanted to all the individual with the disability is motivated. And it could be the athletic components in it. It could be sports components, or maybe like the health related to factors, how to become like healthy. how to maintain the healthy lifestyle, active lifestyle. Those are the two different purposes. My opinions, I didn't want all the individual with a disability. I don't mind to the sports or health, physical activity. To me, it doesn't matter. As long as they are well motivated, regardless of the age. Even they could turn like a 40 or 50, they want to do something. That's something that really meaningful to me. So to me, I don't judge like the types of that, but how to become the really healthy. Athletics probably may be efficient for the younger age, but when we get in the order, maybe over the 50, sports is absolutely is a beauty, and I completely understand. But maintain the health. That's gonna be the one other one. Second questions regarding your questions, therapy thing. I reminds me, I should put into the slide medical model and a social model thing. And differently, I really wanted to focus on that society in Asia moving towards from a medical model to that social models, sort of part of it. Not 100%, but we're trying to make the balance to the social model. The social model is like an environment and community support for the individual with a disability in sports, friendship, leadership. That's what they're going to learn from the motivation factors. And of course, therapy is a rehabilitation. So you got to improve that, own knowledge and skills, and then trying to improve their own ability, competency. But I really want to see how much like the social support he or she can get. And that's what, I think it's like, I wanted to kind of really combine with the medical to that social model approach.
Thank you very much. But I want to make a short, in short question. What do you think if then the curriculum of special needs school tend to be a kind of more therapeutic interest, so the student be able to be self-independent, to explore themselves by physical activity. So is it possible to use the curriculum of special needs school?
I think it's like a lunch thing. So like after the school program, they're going to be kind of quite possible and stuff too. And actually the lunchtime is like a lunch breaks. When you do the physical activity, that's a great time to do the assessment things and stuff too. But many schools, they don't use those kind of assessment time for during the lunch breaks and stuff too, and the playgrounds and stuff too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for your great question, and also to you for your detailed answer to the questions. Now I would like to invite the second participant, Madam in the middle. Yes, please help me to give the microphones. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alia Daviati. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I really appreciate your explanation before, but before you talk about double jeopardy, so I want to ask you about, is there enough awareness about double jeopardy in our society today? And what are some simple and good ways to study double jeopardy so we can understand it better? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just make this more clear. Does your question about how to tackle the double jeopardy?
Yes.
Double jeopardy. Do you have any explanation for your questions?
Before he told about double jeopardy in research. Yes.
Diversity research and stuff.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you so
questions.
much.
One thing that about this is excellent questions. Like in order to diversity research, and to me is I have been doing like almost like 20 years. My definitions of the diversity change, and first 5 years or 10 years, probably I'm learning about how to care, how to take care of the other people. That's what I've been doing the research for. Now, I'm learning about how I reflect myself and learn about myself during for as being that my positions as being the researcher. That's like a really diversity. So to me is I'll give you to the example. My students had, when I was in Hampton University 2008, my student had 18 years old boy, college students, like same age with you. He has 3 kids, but no mother, parents. Father is like he was killed from the gang violence. Mother is drug addictions, so she was in the jail. He had to take care of that entire his son and kids, and the mother. He has 3 different women, and so he was raising the kids and stuff. I never seen my students like that when I moved to the University of Tsukuba. I never seen the students, but reality, it's changed based on to the environment, based on to the organization and institutions. And to me, I cannot, because it's that you have that my student has like 3 kids with just the first freshman of the college student, and he cannot graduate. And then I said no. He didn't know how to read and write well. Now I gave it to him the instructions and over it again. Then you know what though? After the 4 years, he went to the law school in the University of Toronto. See, nobody. See, that's the one I wanted to think. I learned like a lot of things. Each one of the students had a different positioning as being to the educations. You are the fortunate, but some that they cannot get like because it's a poverty and different difficult situation, taking care of their family type of thing. See, that's what in order to right now it's like for me, how much I appreciate my positions and then throughout my career, and then it's time to kind of really I appreciate back to my current students at the University of Tsukuba, and I'm doing my best as being the academic advisor, and then I tell my story. That is actually to the fall. Just only I can tell as being the diversity researcher as my positions.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, for your question. Does it answer to your questions? Thank you so much. And for next, I would like to invite madam with the white blazer. Yeah. Please, everyone, he needs a microphone. Yes.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your great explanation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Egi. Currently, I'm working in China, in Shanghai, as a PE teacher. And I'm from Indonesia, graduate from UPI. So what I know from your great explanation, you mentioned about inclusive, adapted PE teacher. So what I'm facing, it doesn't matter the country, it doesn't matter the city, because I've been teaching in Indonesia, also in Shanghai, China. As a PE teacher, there's always facing more practical that I'm facing students that has difficulty, like disability, always. But you mentioned we need to treat them differently, you know. But we're facing 20 students with one disability. So it means like how we can, me especially, that's more practical that I'm facing in the class. I need to treat one student. It's called clinical dimension ADHD, focus, hyperactive. I always facing that student. At least one student each class. That's a lot for like international school. Teaching in international school. So what's your perspective that how we handle differently, treatment differently, but we have another 19, 18 student normal. So it's kind of it's like practical in the classroom that it's not only we need, it's like in line with like another curriculum from US, from UK, like IB, Cambridge. They also mention we have differentiate. We need to differentiate one students for the others, but they didn't mention how to handle with disability students. That it's like until today, I'm reading many journal and everything that how treatment differently while we have 18 students normally. Thank you for your time and
thank you. Thank you for your wonderful questions, Miss Egi from China. Thank you.
This is very, very tough questions, definitely. Regarding that, I try to treat the student to differentiate. That reason is that I said this, that one, when I do like some types of the team sports and individual sports, I do about the behavior check of that particular students during the time, while other students is playing soccer or basketball as normal as much as possible. I collected the data every 5 seconds. He is on task, off task. He prays, he communicates with the others. I'm looking at the social factors as much as possible. Because of the inclusion, to me, you can focus on the physical skills, motor skills, example. But inclusion, beauty of the inclusion is like it increases the social interaction opportunity. Social interactions. So to me, it's like including, once you got the data collections, when I was the teacher, I selected the good peer tutors, potential peer tutors, to share that my data set with them. Because he has, when he played like a basketball, he has like probably 60 to the 80%, 60 to the 65% completely off task. So I asked the 3 students, do you know that maybe next class, what can I do in order to minimize the percentage from the 65% to the 30% in the next class? 3 students brought some of that idea. You know what? Amy, that girl who has the ADHD issues, and then she said, I can help with it. I can do it for the planes and stuff too. She knows how to pass the balls and stuff too, really good. So you know what? I can catch the ball for her, and then I can give it to her during the time. So there is like some types of peer tutoring strategy that exist. But the challenge is for the PE teacher, you need the assessment data set to show. This is why that Amy needs like additional attention to. Need to get like some types of the peer tutors who will be able to support in the class at the similar experiences with the other 90 students type of things. There's so many strategy, but please do not change the lessons for her. Your lessons just for everybody, but how to make a modify little things, technique to collect the data and make the classrooms more efficient. That's one of the key factors, like my recommendations, that why don't we use like the student as like the peer tutors resources that who could help. But you might need to get some types of assistant. You have to know that how to select the right person who will be able to serve as the peer tutor. That's a very, very important thing. So that means like as a teachers, you need to looking at the students. So that's why that's my recommend first step. That I have a different strategy. I don't have the time to explain it, but that's why one that my suggestion is assessment and find the peer tutors that who will be able to help us and stuff.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Sato, for your very detailed answer. Thank you so much, Ms. Egi, for your questions. And everyone, I do apologize because of the limited time. I need to end the first session. So, Professor Sato, is there any final thoughts or call to action to everyone here to pay attention more to the adaptive physical education?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that attending to these sessions. My message to you is you have to know that we are all biased, stereotype. We have the possibility unconsciously discriminated others. Probably in adaptive physical education and student disability the same way. Because sometimes, and people say, no, I don't discriminate. I have a positive attitude. I really don't trust those people who saying that through. And then I'm that potentially it's like discriminating because if I don't know anything about it, important task, then probably I might emotionally hurt somebody. Emotional learning, social learning, it's so important. Of course, it's really important that you learn about characteristics of the disability, but not only that, how do you develop the social environment and maximize the comfort zone for the student with disability in the community? Definitely, you are the significant potential in this country, definitely. So even in ASEAN country and in general, please be the role model and take the good responsibility and for your futures. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you again. So.
Thank you so much, Professor Sato. Everyone, let's give a big round of applause to Professor Sato. Thank you so much once again. Now I return the session to the Master of Ceremony, Miss Salva. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm signing off and see you next time. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause for the excellent session. Thank you, Ms. Hilda and Professor Takahiro Sato for the excellent session. We kindly ask Professor to remain on the stage and we would like to present the ceremonial gifts in appreciation of your contribution and hold for a photo session to present the ceremonial gift. We would like to invite Vice Dean of FPOK, the Faculty of Sports and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dr. Komarudin MPD, and the Honorable Ibu Mustika Fitri MPD, PhD. And for the documentation team, please be positioned. For the souvenirs, All right, on my count, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, again, melesat again. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle maybe? Okay. All right. And for the ceremonial gift, pointing on the camera. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3. All right. For the present to ceremonial gift, the Honorable Professor Dr. Komarudin, two keynote speakers, Professor Takahiro Sato. Please give applause, everyone. Thank you for the excellent session. And Ibu Mustika Fitri, MPD PhD, to moderator, our moderator, Ms. Hilda. Thank you so much for moderating us. Please give applause for our moderator today. All right, we hold a photo session. We will hold a photo session together. All right, give applause for everyone. Thank you for the excellent session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, the attendees are welcome to coffee break for 15 minutes or 15 menit. The next keynote speaker sessions will start probably after the coffee break. And for the participant on Zoom meeting, please still stay on Zoom. Thank you and see you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 5th ISPESH 2025. Give applause for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our gratitude to all stakeholders and parties for the endless support. Research International Affairs, Partnership and Business Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, co-hosting KONI Jawa Barat, KONI Kota Bandung, Pemerintah Kota Bandung, Explore Gate Consultant, FKPPS Penjas Indonesia, Asosiasi Pelatih Mental Olahraga Indonesia, Association for Applied Sport Psychology, SHAPE Amerika, International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education, Sariater Hot Springs Ciater, ICSSPE, Humas UPI, and TV UPI. Co-hosting, thank you to Faculty of Sport Science and Recreation, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, Tsinghua University China, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia, thank you for your cooperation, support, and participation. This event organized by Physical Education and Recreation Study Program Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains dan Teknologi Republik Indonesia, Kementerian Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia, Kampus Merdeka Indonesia Jaya, also Putra Sampurna Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to present the next invited speaker session delivered by the Honorable Professor Ma Xintong from Tsinghua University, China, and the session will be moderated by Konida Salsabila Sunja, SPD MSc, a doctoral student at Tsinghua University and a proud alumna of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Additionally, she is a rugby coach, an international rugby referee, and a woman rugby unstoppable ambassador for Indonesia and Asia. With a strong background in international education, sports science, and youth development, Miss Salsa brings valuable insight to guide us through this session. Please welcome Professor Ma Xintong and Miss Salsa.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our lovely guests, and we would like to extend our warmest welcome to the Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Sport and Health Education, all respected lecturers and colleagues from FPOK, and our respected speakers, and all participants joining us in the 5th International Seminar on Physical Education, Sport, and Health in 2025. It's really honored to be your moderator today with the Keynote sessions. Now we really happy to present a very special guest, a well-known scholar whose work has greatly influenced to the field of exercise, science, and health. And please me introduce my professor, Ma Xintong Lao Shi. Okay, so Professor Ma Xintong, PhD, it's professor from Tsinghua University, China. It's also doctoral supervisor, Division of Sport, Science and Physical Education, Tsinghua University, Beijing, China. He is internationally recognized expert in exercise physiology with a strong academic background from Shanghai Sport University and Beijing Sport University, and also postdoctoral research in University of Florida. He currently leads MAS Lab, which focus on intersection of physical activity, mental health, sleep, brain function across the human life circle. I'm super honored to share that I have privilege of being supervised by Prof. Ma is also my current doctoral supervisor in Tsinghua. I'm also the first Indonesian student ever accepted into his lab, which has been truly inspired me to my journey for me, both academic and personally. He also served as the party secretary and then the head of division of physical education and sports science at Tsinghua University. He also the chair of the Chinese Exercise Physiology Society, and then also served a multi-leadership roles in sports science and also university athletic across China. He also authorized more than 50 international peer-reviewed articles, also in high-impact journals, and also published several academic books on exercise, science, public health, brain function, and mental health. Prof. Ma also invited as keynote speaker at the so many international conference, including the Chengdu World Conference, and has received multiple national awards for teaching and research excellence, including the National Teaching Achievement Award, also top prize research award from the Chinese government. And today we will present his keynote speaker, and then the title is Evidence and Pathways Exercise Improving Mental Health from a Multi-Dimension Perspective. Let us welcome Professor Ma Xindong to deliver his keynote address. Professor Ma, the stage is yours.
Thanks so much for Shasha's introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I'm Ma Xindong. My last name is Ma. I'm from Tsinghua University. First, I want to express my appreciation for invitation. It's my honor to speak here. Today, I would like to share some experiment and research in our labs. It is. This is a very good memory I want to share with you. I first time to Indonesia about 10 years ago in Bali Island. Last year, I'm very happy to meet delegates from Kony. The second picture is in Tsinghua University. And it is good to see old friends. Yesterday, I also signed MOU with the Kony, so we can strengthen our cooperation in the future. I also want to introduce myself a little bit. I spent most of my life in Tsinghua University. I started my teaching career in 1993. So from that, I became a tenured professor in 2014. Now I see the university is become very strong in nowadays. I'm very happy. I'm pleased to work there for a long time. So my research field is about health intervention throughout the entire human life cycle. So this is the picture drawn by my students. They use computer. So our lab focuses on brain science because we know sports training or exercise is actually training our brain. The brain controls our body. So this is why we strong than before after training. Exercise, sleep, environment, and diet a close link to our brain's healthy. Due to close relationship among exercise, sleep, environment, diet, and healthy, the image on the left show our teams may research topics including chronic disease and competitive sports. We call our lab is Mass Lab because my last name is Ma. Mass Lab conduct long-term population and animal experiments with research level ranging from behavior, human behavior, community, human behavior, and system to cells and molecules. Today, regarding the theme of improve mental health through exercise, I will introduce our research in order shown on the slides. This is why, because right now, today is very competitive society. People with big pressure, especially in youth. Right now, in China society, young people, especially in high school, suicide a lot. You know, in China, about 10 years ago, we have a one child family policy. So if one family loses their only one child, this family is collapsed. So right now, mental health problem is a big problem in China. So this is why we do this research. So firstly, I will introduce current situation of our society. Nowadays, the situation of physical inactivity is critical. Globally, 27.5 of adults and 81 of adolescents don't meet the WHO recommended PA standard. 62.8% of China's residents over the age of 7 don't meet the standard for regular physical activity. Studying from Lancet point out that physical inactivity is the fourth leading risk factor for death globally, contributing to 7.2% of all cause deaths. Physical inactivity is a priority public health concern. Physical inactivity may hurt mental health. Increase light activity and decreasing sedentary behavior during adolescence could be an important target for public health intervention aimed at reducing the prevalence of depression. A study published in the Lancet indicates that acute stress disorder has resulted in an economic burden of approximately $1.6 billion. Global anxiety and depressive disorders have reached 564 million. In China alone, the number of people suffering from anxiety and depressive disorder is about 120 million, representing an increase of more than 1.5 times compared to the period before the COVID-19 pandemic. So COVID-19 pandemic made it worse. Research indicates that the COVID-19 pandemic has made a large uneven impact on global mental health. Women and young people are most affected by depression and anxious disorders. So this paper is published by our lab. Physical inactivity is related to sleep disorders. Sleep disorders may hurt mental health. So this is why we focus on the sleep quality. This is a study conducted by our group based on the US enhanced data, which became ES high-cited paper. In this study, we found that the duration of sedentary behavior was associated with a high prevalence of sleep disorder. Also, inflammatory factors as mesomeric effect mediate the above association. New evidence shows sleep deprivation can cause serious mental health problems, even death. This is from another lab from Tsinghua University. The correlation of sleep and exercise, moderate intensity training can lead to better sleep. Good sleep can be deterrent of brain. Cerebrospinal fluid clean brain when people in deep sleep. This two research is from Science, published in 2013 and 2021. So we found evidence from the population. These 4 people is from our lab. 2 of my PhD students, doctor students, 3 of doctor students, 1 is master students. They do a lot of experiment. These 2 papers is published by our lab. Starting with evidence on physical activity levels and mental health, in the study, we focus on Chinese adolescents. This is, I told before, why we focus on Chinese adolescents. Results show that increased physical activity is associated with reduced mental health problems, such as learning anxiety, loneliness tendency, self-blame, experiment sensitive, and physical symptoms. Thus, we believe that increased physical activity participation may have ameliorate effects on Chinese adolescents' problem across multiple mental health domains. Another larger population-based survey of 20,000 US people showed that later term physical activity and a healthy dietary structure, including appropriate intake of active bacteria, has a protective effect on mental health. This paper by my master student Zhang Yao. This is this experiment just started in 2020. In that time, COVID-19 pandemic just was spread. because in that time in China, university closed, the students, all they are in their home. So the students studying online, so we can't do experiment in lab. But how PE class? Some people suggest we stop PE class, but we say no. Why? Because the students in home, they studying online, big pressure. No PE class, maybe they will have a mental health. So we suggest we can have a PE class online. So this is a very successful solution for students in home. So we do this experiment in that time. So moving on to the interaction between PA and sleep capacity. This is study carried out by Zhang Yao in 2019. Just the COVID-19 pandemic start. While being home quarantined students, we found that healthy sleep can compensate for the negative psychological effects of insufficient physical activity, while moderate intensity exercise can elevate epidemic-related depression for anxiety. A follow-up study was conducted in the early stage of the epidemic and was selected as an ESI Global High-Cited paper for 6 consecutive issues. Besides, our research group conducted a double-blinded, random, controlled trial study in which 93 healthy young people were randomly divided into 3 groups. High-intensity intermittent training, we call HIIT. Moderate intensity continuous training, we call the MICT. And the control group. Participants in the exercise group performed 40 minutes of HIIT or MIT 3 times a week for 12 weeks, while participants in the control group received healthy education twice a week for 1 hour each time. In this section, we first explored the intervention effects of different exercise on executive function and cerebral blood flow mechanism. The study found that the time required to complete the TMT test was significantly improved in the MICT group compared to the control group. This suggests that the 12 weeks of MICT intervention improved CBF, cerebral brain function, and the executive function more effectively than HIIT among young adults. And the CBF is one of the potential mechanisms underlying the cognitive benefits of exercise in young people. Secondly, from the perspective of inflammatory response and the immune system, we assess the questionnaire related to the mental health problem, as well as blood samples of inflammatory factors. Both 12 weeks of HIIT and MSCT intervention can reduce inflammatory factors, but MICT is more effective in reducing inflammatory factors, improving negative emotions, and enhance psychological status. Moreover, the immune system is a potential mechanism for exercise to improve mental health. So we published a paper in Frontier Psychology 2022. In terms of blood metabolism, we conduct an acute experiment and found that at baseline, there was no significant difference between groups HIIT, MICT, and LIT. But after exercise intervention, metabolomics of different groups was significantly clustered. Compared to LIT group, HIT and MICT group showed increased metabolic changes. More interestingly, we found exercise inhibit this metabolic pathway. So we published this paper in Cell Reports. In addition, we found that top 5 metabolites positive associated with lactate are all from the TCA cycles, highlighting its central role in lactate metabolism. And the Cas2 suggests the pathway for TCA cycling, amino acid metabolism, and agan biosynthesis. These pathways increase energy efficiency, support tissue repair, and enhance cell memory structure. In transcriptomics, we found that HIT influences immune response, cell signaling, and disease-related pathways such as toll-like receptors signaling, cancer, chemical signaling, beta cell receptor signaling, whereas MICT influences pathways related to cellular energy metabolism, protein synthesis, and cellular structure such as lysozyme, acting regulating cytoskeleton through MAPK signaling pathway. Through the interaction analysis of metabolomics and transcriptomics, we found that HIT has a great impact on immune and inflammatory pathways. So you can see this, why we see sports in medicine. MICT and HIT is different way. They have an efficient way on health problem in different situation. So this is what we found. I think very important. In a multi-omics analysis, our study found that HIT and MICT have a similar effects on metabolic regulatory pathways. However, they may be driven by different mechanisms. So this is why we need more deep study. The last part of human experiments is the effect of exercise intervention on cognitive ability in young adults who are short-lived. A total of 15 participants were enrolled in this study who were often in a state of short sleep. Because you know, in China, especially in Tsinghua University, students study very hard they stay up, not sleep. So some of them have a problem on mental health. This is why I do this study. The study found that for short sleep individuals, 12 weeks of MICT can significantly reduce reaction time test, stupid text, and you are familiar with it. While HIT has no significant effect. The fitness results showed a significant change in oxygen hemoglobin levels in the left dorsolateral frontal gyrus and left middle frontal gyrus regions during MICT and the stroke test at 12 weeks. So all I mentioned above is the population experiment. The next, I want to introduce the animal experiment from my PhD students. One is graduate this year. She right now is the assistant professor in Shanghai University. Another is still in my lab. She will graduate next year. They do a lot of work. Since people inevitably enter a state of stress, can exercise be a necessary means to cope with a stressful environment? Based on the outcome of our population-based experience, we have assessed that exercise may play a role in modulating the body's molecular response to stress. Consequently, we have designed and initiated a study using a most model to further investigate this hypothesis. We use the chronic social defeat stress model. This is a very mature model. Basically, we plot mass through repeat social stress situation to mimic the kind of anxiety and depression people develop from daily social pressures. We talk multi-level approach. Animal behaves like social interactions. Neural shifts under the microscope. Synapse structure and the function. We use the molecular pathway. So you will ask Mike two questions. Can 15 days of exercise change depressed mass behavior and memory? What's actually happening inside their brain? We track behaviors. Depression symptoms like giving up swimming. Because if they give up swimming, they will die, but they want swimming. So this is a behavior. It's the depression symptoms. And actually there, the animals will avoid open space. Brain changes, neural shape alteration. How excitable cells get. Damage marks dendritic branch complexity. The brain's communication and synapse stress upgrade. So we did the experiment in our lab. We kept the same exercise protocol, but added paper photometry that's lived. Cutting-edge techniques that let us literally watch neural fire in real time. Well, Also, we get essential proof. Essential proof. While maths are weak and behave normally, we can test. Monitor calcium signals flashing through hippocampal neurons. See exactly how brain cells communicated under stress. Measure synaptic transmission efficiently, like reading a live brain text message log. So, this is our research in order to explore the key regulatory mechanism by which exercise improve depression. We screen the key protein through proteomics. At the same time, we use the real fluorescence quantitative PCR, West blot analysis, and immunofluorescence staining to investigate whether key protein in MEF2C play a role in antidepressant effects and improve social memory. So this is a very important protein. We found it. Our finding indicated that exercise significantly reduced the incidence of depression-like behaviors in the chronic social deficit stress. Mouse model follow a 15 days treadmill exercise regime. Further analysis through the psychological, biochemical, and molecular biology experience has led us to strongly suggest that integrated stress response is implicated in the stress resilience induced by exercise. Okay. In terms of emotion memory, the results suggest that chronic stress can induce reduced brain connectivity, neurotrophal, and synaptic dysfunction, and line leads to depression-like behavior or mass. So this is why depression happens. While exercise can enhance the stress resistance of mass by preventing the damage of chronic stress on the hippocampus, especially on hippocampus synapse. Furthermore, the result in vivo calcium imaging for neurons in hippocampus is consistent with over 4 more studies. That's very good outcomes. Exercise effectively elevates neural activity, which was affected by the chronic stress. So we discovered that exercise under stress conditions can actually reduce depression-like behaviors, easy anxiety-like symptoms, and fix social memory problem in math. Here, how it works. When math exercise under stress, it switches on the GNK MAPK signal pathways in their hippocampus, that's the memory center of the brain. This activation boosts the level of key protein called MEF2C. It's a very important protein. Up to now, I have discussed the population and animal experiment related to mental health. However, I also want to share some study from our lab about the passivity of the spatial environment. We published the 3 high index factor paper of the air pollution. And exercise, the first is exercise compensate for the cognitive impairment caused by air pollution. This is top journal of environment. We found that there's a dose-response relationship between the duration of moderate to high-intensity physical activities, PM 2.5 levels, and the cognitive function. The dose response curve between MVPA and the correct reaction time is almost linearly downward, meaning that as MVPA increase, the time required for correct reaction time decrease. We used the mixed effect model to analyze the impact of MVPA, PM 2.5, and their interaction on brain activity. Both MVPA and PM 2.5 were significantly associated with the four types of EEG signals. Interestingly, through mediation analysis, we found that the beta 3 waves played a mediating role between the PM 2.5 and the executive function performance. The second research, we also analyzed data from the 10 years longitudinal study on Chinese families conducted by the Institute of Social Science survey at the Peking University. The findings of our study are consistent with the those of previous research. In other words, increasing physical activity can offset cognitive decline caused by the rise in PM 2.5 levels. The third research is a random controlled study. Participants underwent exercise intervention of varying intensity on the different levels of apparition, and we observed their cerebral blood flow. In our study on the combined effects of PM 2.5 and the physical activity on strip text performance, it is worth noting that HRIT improved cognitive functions, but under high PM 2.5 exposure, the cognitive benefits of HRIT were reduced or even reversed. In this study, we also collected elbow venous blood from participants before and after the intervention. Both blood biochemical indicators and proteomics results reveal that PM 2.5 exposure and exercise influenced multiple immune-related factors and pathways, including those associated with innate and adaptive immunity. Our lab not only focuses on apparition with global warming and rise in temperature has also affected the attention of us. We recruited a group of university students in Beijing to conduct random control trial. We also conducted animal experiments studying to investigate the mechanism of brain damage caused by heat stroke induced by high temperature. So in summary, sports science is intersectional and practical, where human health problems are system engineering, exercise, sleep, environment, and diet are closely linked to healthy. Our experiment is sponsored by National Fund. We also have a very good experimental platform. Sorry. This is my research team, including Shasha. Some are assistant professor, some are PhD students, some are postdoctor. Most of them are master. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much for Professor Ma. It's a very clear and inspired presentation today. We truly appreciate your knowledge you have shared with us today. So now we will begin to question and answer sessions. So if you guys want to have questions, please raise your hand. If you are joining us online, you can chat in our chat box. Okay.
Who can give her microphone?
Oh, microphone. Okay, in the front.
Thank you so much, Professor Ma, for your really comprehensive presentation, including your research. I try to understand by my background is physical education. And as you mentioned earlier that your country, China, has a national policy to promote physical activity to contribute to decrease any health risk, right? So I would like to tell you a little bit. In my case, depression and anxiety of my students, it's because body image. Yeah, I'm not slim enough. I am fat. Yeah, I'm not beautiful. It's because the social media. So I'm looking for good physical activity. But at school, we don't have any balanced proportion between the pedagogical approach and also physical activity. Sometimes physical activity is more dominant, but sometimes like just fun physical activity experience. I'm curious if I may know in China, your policy, how to integrate your research into physical education curriculum or maybe after school activity to promote physical activity that can decrease some mental health issue, anxiety, depression to our young generation. And I believe everything started at school. So yeah, I'm sorry because my background is physical education. I want to get engaged with your research. So if I may know, please tell me your research contribution to the national policy, or is there any policy for the after-school activity that promote physical activity at school? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. It's a really great question.
Okay.
So we let Professor Ma to answer the question.
Very good questions. So I think at the beginning, I think the children's depression, a big pressure only in China. Because, especially in my university, because the students very competitive. They study very hard, so they met mental health problem. But when I do a survey, I found this is not a problem in Tsinghua University, across country. After that, I participated some international conference. I found the mental health problem is worldwide problem. I think because the lifestyle have a big change. Now people have a more sedentary behavior, not too much to do physical activity. So why this happen? So this is we do experiment. As you know, why we do exercise? Your muscle will feel pain. Feel pain. Exercise induce muscle pain. Why? Because less lactate. So when you do exercise, you will secrete lactate. Lactate is a very important factor for neural system build strong. So right now, people, we spend more time on screen, like TV, like cell phone, less activity. In that time, if you met big pressure, the people will meet problem, will collapse. So easy to depression. So I think this is the reason why we meet this problem. It's okay?
Thank you so much for Professor Ma to answer the question. Is it Kahil the answer? It's answering your questions, or you need to ask more? The mic is there.
Yeah, if I may know a little bit about the national policy that promote some physical activity at after school activity at school. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a national policy, but it's not effective because the education system. Right now, recently I visited Japan. 10 years ago, in Japan society, very competitive. But right now, I feel people very relaxed. So I think each country have a different stage. So I think in the future, maybe we can get good, get better. So right now, I think the sports on Japan, not only sports, but also research is very good. So right now in China, it's very competitive. I don't think it's a good thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the first question. So we go for the second question. Anyone raise your hand? Okay, for the lady in the white coat, Miss Eki.
All right. Thank you for the time, Malaysia and Gaussian Rensani. My name is Egi. As you know, I'm working as PE teacher in Shanghai, China. Yeah, almost 3 years right now. So as we know that in China we have Zhongkao, Gaokao, that's focusing on physical ability exam for PE itself. But now in Indonesia, even in curriculum in US and UK, like IB curriculum and IGCSE, they're focusing on conceptual critical thinking that combining physical ability and cognitive ability. So my question is, what from your perspective, is that any impact for the students or those young kids who join physical ability combined with cognitive ability? Because when they do cognitive ability activities, they do half for activity physical, but half they do paper. They do assignment with paper, theoretical things, but that's outside China. What I know, in China itself, they only focusing on physical ability. But in the future, maybe, I don't know, China will use the same thing like US and even in Indonesia. I want to know your perspective. Is there any impact if we use physical ability combined with cognitive ability, or like curriculum things, theory, paper-based, for brain beneficial? And to the second question, which one do you think the better one? We just focusing on physical activity during PE time, like I do in China, or we combine it with cognitive activity, like paper-based, theoretical thing, A, B, C, D, like that. So which one is, from your perspective, is the best one and more suitable for me as a PE teacher or the other PE teacher? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Egi for the question. It's really great question. We have like 2 questions at once. Okay, so I will like to mention that Miss Egi say Gaokao. Gaokao, it's in China. Means like SBMPTN, yeah. It's like enter university. So we have Gaokao. It's a very, very hard, very hard task. So
I'll let you answer about the question.
I try to catch what you said. I try. Let me try. I don't think Gaokao and the Zhongkao is a good way to choose good students, because I think people is different. Some people very smart in very young age. Some people very stupid in young age. But some people rarely grow up. People is different. For a person, they are in different stage. I know in China, very famous scholar or scientist or politician, they are not good score in middle school or high school. But when they go to the university, they work hard. They get good achievement. So this is the first. The second question is the P and the what? I can't catch it. Yeah. Yeah. I think in my idea, the cognition is more important. You know what you do, you can do better. But the children in young age, we must push them to do PE, but not much. It's the same thing, because some children, they can do a lot of exercise. They can afford it. But some people hate do exercise. I think just little by little. Different people, different way. Okay? I don't know, I answer your question?
All right. Just one small things that, so for your perspective that later, maybe in China or in the future, more focusing on physical activities is way better rather than combined with like a paper-based and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
That's we will do in the future. In China, education department is very emphasis on this. Right now, I in charge this. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your explanation.
Okay, thank you so much for the amazing question and answer for this session. So sadly, we informed that our session is gonna be end right now because we have limited time.
Okay.
So thank you so much for Professor Ma for excellent presentations and kind response. And we hope this session give us more understanding and inspirations about the field, about sport and health science. So thank you so much once again for everyone who coming and join us today. And give applause for Malaus in our participants today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salsa and Professor Masindong from Tsinghua University, China, for excellent presentation. We kindly ask Professor Masindong to remain on the stage, and we would like to present a ceremonial gift in appreciation of your contribution, together with our moderator, Ms. Salsabila Senja. Right, we would like to ask Prof. Yun Yun to give the appreciation for our speakers today. Please give applause for Professor Ma Xindong from China. And then for the moderator, Ms. Salsa, to moderating an inspired session. Please give applause for Miss Salsabila Seja. All right, and we will proceed to photo session for documentation team. All right, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Once more, 1, 2, 3. Please everyone give applause for Ladies and gentlemen, last thing before we proceed to next agenda, we are pleased to present a special video from Kauai, Japan. May we kindly turn our attention to the screen and enjoy. Please give applause.
河合体育教室はピアノと教育の総合企業河合楽器製作所が運営する体育教室です。1967年の開設以来、半世紀以上にわたって子どもたちの成長を支えてきました。その中で培われた信頼と実績ある指導ノウハウは今も脈々と受け継がれています。私たちが大切にしているのは褒めて、認めて、気づかせるという指導です。わずかな成長も見逃さずに褒める。一人一人の個性をしっかりと認める。そして子どもたちが自ら気づき、自分で前に進む力を育てていきます。河合体育教室では、さまざまな器具や手具を使い、楽しく運動遊びを行います。子どもたちにとって遊びは学びです。走る、飛ぶ、ぶら下がる、投げる、バランスを取るなど、遊びの中で自然とさまざまな体の動かし方を身につけていきます。実は多くのオリンピアンが幼少期に複数のスポーツを経験しています。その幅広い経験が後の専門競技の上達に大きく役立っているのです。河合体育教室では健康な体づくりに加え、さまざまなスポーツの土台となる動きを習得できます。また集団での活動も大切にしています。挨拶や礼儀、協調性、そして積極性、こうした力は大人になって社会に出た時にもきっと大きな助けになるはずです。一見するとただの遊びに見えるかもしれません。でもそこには心と体を育む大切なエッセンスがぎゅっと詰まっています。運動が好きになる、自信が育つ、挑戦することが楽しくなる。河合体育教室は将来役立つ多くの力を子どもたちに届けたいと考えています。私たちが子どもたちを健康で豊かな未来へと導きます。
皆さんこんにちは。すみません。河合楽器の田代と申します。日本から来ました。
Beliau datang dari Jepang, namanya Mr. Tashiro sebagai Divisi Pendidikan Jasmani Kawai.
Terima kasih. 実は今このご覧いただいた動画の前に私喋る予定でした。
Jadi sebenarnya rencana awal sebelum sesi ini, sebelum ada video, beliau akan penjelasan dulu ya, tapi video dulu, tidak masalah.
佐藤先生、プロフェッショナル貴重なお話をいただきまして本当にありがとうございます。
Jadi Tashiro Sang menyampaikan terima kasih kepada kedua pemateri kita, yang satunya dari Jepang, satunya dari Cina, yang sangat luar biasa hari ini.
またこのウピ大学とそしてイスペスこの会議ですね、この機会に我々を招待していただいた関係者の皆様方に本当に感謝申し上げます。ありがとうございます。
Kemudian kita ucapkan juga terima kasih atas undangan resmi yang kita terima dari UPI atas kesempatan luar biasa selama 2 hari untuk di UPI Bandung ini.
そしてこの場のおられる皆様、教育を追求する姿勢、本当に素晴らしいものがあるなと感動しています。私もその場にいられたことを誇りに思っています。
Jadi Tashiro Sang juga menyampaikan bahwa semua yang ada di sini, termasuk mahasiswa yang ikut seminar kali ini, memberi aura yang sangat positif. Kalian sangat luar biasa dan Tashiro Sang sangat bangga berada di tengah-tengah kalian.
河合楽器という会社はピアノを作っている会社です。
Kalau Kawai secara merek kita adalah pembuat alat musik piano.
そして今見ていただいたように日本では60年間子どもたちに体育の指導をしています。
Kemudian seperti yang tadi terlihat di video bahwa sistem pendidikan jasmani Kawai di Jepang ini sudah berusia 60 tahun.
この経験をインドネシアの皆さんに少しでも何かお役に立てれば我々は嬉しいなと思っています。
Jadi pengalaman beliau bersama tim ke Indonesia kali ini mudah-mudahan bisa menjadikan kita bisa mensupport apapun terbaik yang bisa kita lakukan untuk masyarakat Indonesia.
そしてこの活動教室をこれからインドネシアでも活動していきたい、そのように思っています。
Jadi setelah melihat Indonesia dan kita punya kurikulum yang tadi kita lihat di video, kita Kawai akan mengembangkan sistem pendidikan jasmani Kawai di Indonesia.
我々のインドネシアでの新しい一歩に興味を持っていただける方、もしいらっしゃいましたら、この後お気軽に我々に声をかけてください。
Jadi kalau ada yang tertarik dengan sistem pendidikan jasmani Kawai, mungkin setelah acara ini bisa menghubungi kita, ayo kita tukar pikiran mengenai konsep pendidikan ini.
大学とこの会議、ますます発展していっていただけることを心から願っています。そして、皆様方の将来の幸せ、素晴らしい未来になることも合わせて願っています。
Jadi Mr. Tashiro berdoa dan mensupport kita semua bahwa kesempatan kita berada di universitas ini, di seminar ini dan orang-orang yang luar biasa yang ada di ruangan ini, mudah-mudahan kita bisa menjadi lebih baik dan mudah-mudahan kita bisa bekerja sama untuk masa yang akan datang.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。すりまかし。
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, thank you, arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you, Kawai Japan, for interesting video and explanation. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to our next agenda, the speaker session. This session will be delivered by the Honorable Puan Wahidah Binti Tumijan from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. The session will be moderated by Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar, MPD, lecturer at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, specializing in pedagogy of physical education and sport. He earned his doctorate from the postgraduate program at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and has held various academic leadership positions, including head of the undergraduate physical education program and assistant dean for academic and student affairs. Please welcome Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Announcer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the next session, the third session on this conference. As you know, the announcer already introduced me. My name is Bambang Abdul Jabbar. I come from the Faculty of Sport, Physical Education, UP. Now my turn to assist Mrs. Puan Wahidah Binti Tumijan to present the presentation. Before I deliver the time to Ms. Puan, I would like to introduce the curriculum vitae of Ms. Puan. Our presenter now is Wahidah Binti Tumuan. Is a Mrs. Her qualification. Sorry, actually on my schedule it should be 1 o'clock. Now it's become 12 o'clock. Am I right, Mr. Puan? Already. I thought that this is after the break, but then the announcer allowed me to continue this schedule. Okay, anyway, Ms. Puan Wahidah is expertise in medical statistics, bachelor in biomedical science. Her affiliation is Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Her concern now, Master of Science in Medical Statistics and Bachelor degree in Biomedical Science. She brings a strong academic and analytical foundation to the field of health, sports, research. She has over 15 years of experience in higher education at University of Teknologi Mara. where she is also actively involving in teaching, research, supervision, and academic development. Her professional background also include over the year as a biostatistic consultant at the Clinical Research Center, supporting clinical studies through statistical analysis and data consultation. Her research interest is focusing on physical activity and its association with health-related factors, particularly in the context of sport performance and public health. She shared insights that bridge the gap between statistical science and practical application in physical activity research, emphasizing data quality, contextual understanding, and evidence-based strategy for improving health outcomes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Puan will deliver to us the title about data quality and context, the hidden issue in physical activity analytics. So, without further ado, I would like to deliver the time to Ms. Puan. The time is yours, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for giving me the welcome introduction. So, basically, I am from Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation from University Technology Mara, and my post was as head of the program of the Sports Science and Recreation faculties. Okay, so I'm going to I'm going to bring all the audience in the context outside from the educations and physical educations and sport. So mainly my background basically in data management and data analytics, and I have vast experience in handling health data basically because my background is biomedical sciences and also medical statistics. So I have a lot of experience in handling data in clinical research. So that's why for today's I'm going to bring all the audience different scope of presentations where we look at the data quality and also the context where there is some issues hidden in the physical activity analysis. So I'm going to focus more on the physical activity analysis. And also we have to look on the interpreting data with integrity. So, but before that, I would like to say thank you to the organizer from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, especially from PJKR for giving me this opportunity become a speaker. I'm not expert like Dr. Bambang. Okay, I hope that my experience will give some knowledge to the audience. Okay. All right, so before we go through on the topic, so let's look at this creation. Okay, in doing physical activity, basically the people always reported the numbers of physical activity. For example, they are performing 180 minutes of doing physical activity per week. Okay. For example, we have 3 people reporting doing 180 minutes of doing physical activity per week. So regarding WHO guideline, so all these 3 people can consider as active. But how was the level of physical activity? Okay, so when we look at the three different people. So first people, they are performing brisk walking. And second was, they are performing gardening, and another one is performing jogging. So all these three people will have a similar level of physical activity. Although they are reporting performing 100 minutes physical activity per week, but their level of physical activity are similar. So that's why in data quality, okay, we have to look into on data quality and also the context of data itself. So that's why in performing or presenting in data quality, for today's presentation, I would like to explain regarding the data quality itself and also the context that we have to look into in presenting the data qualities to make sure that the result that will be reported will not misleading, and the conclusion also will not misleading. Okay, so this is what I will explain. Okay, so I'm looking at the data quality in survey and devices, the role of the context, the challenges and implication, and also the practical solution. So now, okay, so what is data quality? Okay, data quality by define is a degree of to what extent of the characteristic of the data itself. For example, the accuracy of the data, the completeness of the data, the consistency of the data, and the timelines and validity of the data itself, which satisfy the stated and implied needs when user under specific condition. So for example, if we have an ambiguous question like how often do you perform physical activity, so every people will answer differently. Okay, so all information that will give by the respondent itself can lead to inaccurate reporting when we report to the government or so on, right? Okay, so for example, we are performing data analysis. We are trying to evaluate the physical activity participation using questionnaire. Okay, so in identifying the data quality is good. Okay, so for example, during using questionnaire, for example, I'm measuring using IPAC, International Physical Activity Questionnaire. So at the end of study, we are measuring using MAT score. Okay, the implied need, for example, the value that we are reporting should be within a human range, and we are focusing among university students. So to make sure data are highly quality, so we have to make sure the measurement of MAT score is realistic. So this is accurate, and there's no missing value. And durations of taking of the data should be within the range of the evaluation, and the validity of the questionnaire that been used should be reliable and valid. Okay, because at the end of the study, if all this information does not meet requirement, this is not a quality of the data. But how about the data context? Okay, so because in data, we have to make sure the data quality is good and also the data context. So what is data context? Data context is the background information and all relevant information that we have to look into surrounding the data itself. For example, how the data will be collected, when the data was collected, where the data was collected, why data was collected, and that data are collected by whom. So if we are not or misleading in identifying the context of the data itself, okay, the information or misleading in accuracy of the data will be affected, right? Okay, so this is the context that we have to look into in identifying the physical activity. For example, the activity types. Is it doing leisure physical activity, or they are performing some occupation? Or the intensity of data itself, the intensity of physical activity that they've done. Is it moderate? Is it vigorous? And the environmental information from the data, physical activity also we have to look into. Either they are performing in indoor situation or outdoor situation. So understanding on the context itself, okay, this is essential to make sure that what we are presenting at the end of the study and the conclusion that we are reporting to the respondent or to the viewers should be meaningful. Okay. So for example, okay, in physical activity, basically we are reporting doing physical exercise or physical activity 100 minutes per week. But their frequency, intensity, time and type of activity would be different. For example, we have two people here. They are performing brisk walking, okay, but they are reporting 100 minutes per week, okay. Another one is jogging. So when we are looking on the frequency, the intensity, time and types, okay, so for those doing brisk walking, their intensity is more to moderate. Okay, the intensity they are performing only 3 days. But the times are similar with those doing for jogging. Okay, so for example, jogging, the intensity is vigorous and they're only performing 2 days. Okay, although the time and frequency are similar, but the level of physicality will be different because the intensity itself and the frequency itself is different. So this is a part of the context that we have to look into, because at the end of the finding, they will affect on the data interpreting. Okay, so when will identical data mislead? Okay, so for example, we give some scenario regarding two adolescents. Okay, they are reporting 60 minutes of daily physical activity, but both are performing differently. Person A, they are performing light stretching at home, while person B, they are performing outdoor high intensity running. Okay, but when we are focusing or referring to the WHO guideline, doing 60 minutes of daily physical activity will be better. Okay, but when we are looking on the context of the data itself, the physiological impact will be different. The energy expenditure from the data itself will be different, cardiovascular benefit will be different, and even psychological outcome will be different. So that's why we have to look into in-depth before we can present or reporting the data for our study. Okay, so, right, so this is a comparison between these two types of people, so who are performing 60 minutes of daily activity. Okay, so regarding the data quality, both will have a good data quality where they have an accurate result, where they are performing the math score. Okay, there's no missing value. The time they are performing the physicality is 60 minutes, and we are measuring the data by using questionnaire, for example, IPAC. Okay, but when we are looking at the context, okay, two different people will have different type of intensity. Okay, so the person A is intensity is moderate, while person B intensity is vigorous. Okay, although the frequency and time is similar, 60 minutes, but the intensity will affect on the outcome. So that's why we have to consider all this information, because it will meet misleading of the conclusion. They will make sure they will give some impact on the flaws of comparison, and also inappropriate policy and also interventions of decision. Okay, so what is common data quality issues? So we look at the common data quality issues for the questionnaire perspective. So I'm looking at the questionnaire challenges for the common data quality issues. That this is the common thing that we always look. We are always faced to. Okay, for example, incomplete response, missing value. Okay, where sometimes respondents keep answering the question because there are a lot of items in the questionnaire. Sometimes they skip answering the question. So when the respondents keep answering the question, so the outcome will be biased. Okay, and recall and social desirability bias. So questionnaire especially, there are a lot of people not simply can remember what they are performing, especially during long period of time. So that's why this will affect on the recall bias. And for the social desirability bias, okay, so sometimes they know those who perform physical activity will be a good behavior. Okay, so that's why they are overestimated. Okay, when filling the questionnaire, they say that they have higher intensity of doing physical activity, but sometimes this is not. So this is a social desirability bias. And the last one is the misinterpretations of the intensity terms. So in doing questionnaire, okay, so when we collect data using questionnaire for physical activity, so we have to make sure the respondent understand well what is the meaning of the intensity, intensity in the questionnaire. And we have to make sure giving some example in the questionnaire so that what they are reporting in the questionnaire will be similar like what we are trying to look into. Okay, so because the self-reported, if overestimated, so this does not reflect for the whole information that we need to gather from the respondent itself. Okay, so currently in measuring the physical activity, most of these people, I think majority of the people, more than 50 people are using fitness tracker in measuring the physical activity. Okay, so but there are some common data quality issues in measuring the physical activity using fitness tracker. So the first one is you have to look into on the accuracy of data. For example, in physical activity for fitness tracker, we are measuring using fitness step count. Okay, so the step count, okay, for fitness tracker, sensitive. They depend on how fast you are working. You are walking. So, and they also can overcount during non-working movement. For example, sometimes you using left-handed and you brush your teeth, so they will count as step count. Okay, so overestimated of the counting, although you are not physically active, will be effect on the outcome itself. And also the missing or incomplete data. When someone using fitness tracker, but sometimes they remove, so forgot to wear again, so the data affected for the reporting if we are using fitness tracker 100% in measuring or reported the physical activity. Okay, so what is the consequences of the poor data quality itself? So for example, if we are self-reported physical activity using questionnaire, so the outcome will be invalid because sometimes the respondents are overestimated in reporting what they are expected to what their physical activity are. Okay, so that's why they're invalid research finding. And also it will waste some resources because when inconsistent physical activity, the researcher need to do some manual cleaning in calibrating the data, and then it will enhance on the financial where we have to get somebody and human others to recheck the data to make sure the data are valid and reliable. And the outcome also may give some impact on the poor public health decision where health information system, okay, they gather all the information from data reported, but if you are misleading, interpreting all the data, so the decision from the policymaker will be different and misleading. Okay, so for poor data quality, it will impact not only for the data itself, so for decision making, the resources used, and also the public health outcome. So that's why we have to reconsider on the data quality, poor data quality. Okay, so now how to improve data quality? So in general, in improving data quality, okay, so if we are doing questionnaire, so we can use the validated questionnaire. So this is the standard tool of questionnaire. For example, we are using IPAC, GPAC, but we have to control everything. Okay, we have to control the questionnaire, the respondent in answering questions to make sure that there is no bias. And we have to make sure the terminology used in the questionnaire is understandable by the respondent. For example, the intensity, they are doing moderate. But some respondents, they don't understand what is the moderate intensity, what is the vigorous intensity. So that's why we have to get some example ataupun to write down the example in the questionnaire. And if we are doing wearable data, for example, fitness tracker, so we have to make sure in improving data quality that the measurement should be pre-tested, and we have to monitor in using the devices. And also we have to make sure the respondent clearly understand how to use the fitness tracker. So instead of fitness tracker, we can use accelerometer in measuring the physical activity. Okay, actually I'm not going to talk more today because I know this is the time for students to, time for us to eating and everything. So this is my final talk, okay? All right, okay, so I would like to highlight on the physical activity analytic should move beyond numbers to narrative. Okay, so what does this mean? Okay. In performing the analysis for physical activity, all people just reported on number, right? But they are not considering on the context or data context behind or surrounding the data itself. So that's why we have to move beyond on the data of physical activity itself, where we have to look into on the environmental, the level of physical activity, the person motivation, the barrier that they have regarding regarding on reporting the physical activity. All right. So in short, physical activity analytic should not just count on the step. They should tell the story of the level of physical activity itself. So I think that's all for my presentations on the data quality. Right, thank you, Dr. Bambang.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Puan Waida. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, our presenters already tell us about how to measure physical activity and some guideline in doing measurement of physical activity. And now we come to the session of question and answer. I would like to invite one question from the floor, maybe. Okay. Is there anybody? No. Okay, please. Yeah, please introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, Puan. So this discussion is related with my research about physical activity. So the first one is how to avoid the bias about the data. As we know, we can use the fitness like a smartwatch or anything, but how we ensure the student or the sample to do the activity like in IPEC. We know in IPEC has 3 level. Like in the middle, we know that we must do the medium activity. I want to know about your perspective, how we avoid that bias data. Thank you.
Okay. So can you understand the question? Yeah, please. Please.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Okay, you asked me about the how to avoid from the recall, the bias that affected by the data itself. Either you are measuring by fitness tracker or IPAC presentation. So basically in statistics, in data analysis, basically, I'm focusing on that. So the first thing that we have to look in doing research is the first one is validity of the measurement itself. So you have to make sure the validity and instrumentation that you use, especially if you are using fitness tracker. So you have to make sure the fitness tracker that been used is validated and reliable. Okay, especially regarding the tools and regarding the questionnaire also. So you have to make sure the questionnaire is reliable and validated, and to make sure the respondent can be avoided from the bias. So you have to make sure the instruction given to the respondent should be clear. Okay, so we can maybe some limitation in the study, we can control on the environmental affected from the data itself. But what we can do is to minimize the bias. So we have to make sure the instruction from the respondent will be clear, and the monitoring of in getting the data will be consistent. All right. So this is my suggestion. Okay. Thank you.
So it has already answered your question. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to the time is limit, the committee has already signed to me. There is only one question. Sorry for that. I believe that you have any question of Mr. Puan's presentation. But let it be at end, and I would like to invite you to give applause to Mrs. Puan. Thank you very much for your concern in measuring the physical activity, what she already said from Ms. Puan. Okay, now I think I have to deliver the time to the announcer. So please, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Give applause for our speakers and our moderators today. Thank you, Dr. Bambang and Puan Wahidah, for the excellent session. We kindly ask Puan Wahidah to remain on the stage, and we would like to present a ceremonial gift in appreciation of your contribution. Together with our moderator, Dr. Bambang, to present the ceremonial gift, we would like to invite Dr. Charsiwan, MPD, Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Time is yours. All right, give the appreciation to Puan Wahidah binti Tumijan from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. And also to our moderator from Dr. Chasiwan, to Dr. Bambang. All right, we will hold a photo session first. Please, Dr. Chasiwan, to hold a photo session first. And documentation team to please your position. All right, on my count, 1, 2, 3. All right, once more, 1, 2, 3. All right, give applause for our speakers and moderators today. Thank you, Dr. Bambang and Puan Wahidah. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly inform you that we are now entering our lunch break. We kindly request your presence back in the room by 1:30, as the next session will begin promptly. And for the participant on the Zoom meeting, the attendants are welcome to break, and we remind to still stay in Zoom. May you enjoy the meal and take this time to rest. Thank you and see you on the next session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sesi selanjutnya, sesi terakhir untuk hari ini, sesi keempat kita di ISPESH 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to return to your seats as we are about to continue with the next session. Thank you for your attention. Kami persilakan Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati beserta seluruh peserta dan mahasiswa untuk menempati tempat yang telah disediakan dan kembali ke Auditorium FPMIPA Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia karena sesaat lagi kita akan memulai kembali sesi kedua kita hari ini, yakni sesi terakhir, sesi keempat pada ISPESH 2025. Sudah semangat lagi? Semangat, mana suaranya? Sudah semangat lagi? Oke, nanti ada masih banyak hadiah ya. Disiapkan saja nanti semangatnya karena kita masih bertaburan hadiah hari ini sampai sesi terakhir ISPESH 2025. Pokoknya jangan ada yang kemana-mana dulu karena pasti nanti kalau rezekinya akan dapat hadiahnya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Hatur nuhun, terima kasih banyak atas kontribusinya sudah masih berada di sini pada siang hari yang luar biasa ini. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 5th ISPESH 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our gratitude to all stakeholders and parties for the endless support. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, all co-hosting KONI Jawa Barat, KONI Kota Bandung, Pemerintah Kota Bandung, Speeder Swim, Pusat Jahit Indonesia, Explore Gate Consultant, FKPPS Penjas Indonesia, Asosiasi Pelatih Mental Olahraga Indonesia, Association for Applied Sport Psychology, SHAPE Amerika, International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education, Sari Atar Hot Springs Theater, ICSSPE, Humas UPI, serta TV UPI. And for co-hosting Faculty of Sport Science and Recreation, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, Tsinghua University China, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia. Thank you for your cooperation, supports, and participation. This event organized by Physical Education and Recreation Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains dan Teknologi Republik Indonesia, Kementerian Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia, Kampus Merdeka Indonesia Jaya, serta Putra Sampurna Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to the last invited speaker session for today. The session will be delivered by the Honorable Professor Kalistiawan, PhD, from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. The session will be moderated by Dr. Helmi Firmansyah MPD, a doctor in sports education from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. In addition to his role as a lecturer and researcher, Dr. Helmi is also active in coaching, particularly in men's artistic gymnastics at both regional and national levels. He has served as technical commissioner and currently the general secretary of the Gymnastic Association Persani in West Java. Please welcome Dr. Helmi.
Cek. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, mohon maaf mungkin ini agak terlambat ya. Jadi kita langsung saja. Tadi saya sudah komunikasi dengan Prof. Cali. Jadi langsung saja ke perkenalan beliau sebagai keynote, the last keynote speaker. Jadi bisa ditayangkan mungkin. Prof Cali dulu ke sini. Oke, silakan Prof. Tepuk tangan. Oke, terima kasih Prof. Cali telah hadir hari ini. Kita langsung saja memperkenalkan beliau adalah guru besar di bidang riset metodologi ya Prof ya. Kemudian juga sudah banyak sekali penelitian, kemudian juga riset-riset yang telah beliau telurkan. Jadi tadi saya sudah komunikasi dengan beliau. Jadi yang penting adalah nanti materinya Prof. Mungkin nanti materinya bahkan beliau juga akan menyajikan sebuah puisi ke Prof ya. Oke. Untuk mempersingkat waktu karena ini sudah terlambat kurang lebih 1 jam gitu ya, 1 jam. Kita persilakan kepada Prof. Cali Setiawan untuk memaparkan paparan yang sudah disiapkan. Terima kasih Prof. Silakan selama 45
Terima kasih,
Prof.
Pak Hilmi. Baik Bapak Ibu semua, saya sebenarnya lebih nyaman bicara pakai bahasa Indonesia, tetapi sudah mempersiapkan beberapa analisis data yang kalau di namanya autoetnografi itu melibatkan pengujian terhadap experience, pengalaman, personal experience, dan itu proses analisisnya ada yang sifatnya poetik, di mana udah terlanjur dibikin pakai bahasa Inggris, ntar kalau disuruh terjemahin pakai bahasa Indonesia udah kacau gitu. Jadi saya akan tetap memakai bahasa Inggris, juga menghormati tamu kita dari Jepang dan dari Malaysia. Saya akan mulai. Mungkin teman-teman nggak cukup familiar dengan yang namanya autoetnografi sebagai pendekatan penelitian. Basically, this is what I want to share with you, my working autoethnography. So, first of all, I feel honored to be here, to have the opportunity to present at 5th ISPESH at UPI. Thank you for having me. I also greatly appreciate Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, in particular, people who have been working so hard to make sure this beautiful seminar to happen. I am really excited to be here. Today, I would like to share with you my working autoethnography of praxis. That is my activism and engagement in current PE and P development in Indonesia, to turn theory into practice and vice versa, enriching theory from practices. So for the sake of this practice, I analyze my personal account of experience as an organic intellectual, the theoretical concept coined by Antonio Gramsci. So before further talking about my research project, I would talk for a moment about autoethnography. The hand grinder growls softly. A rhythmic crack rasp as beans break and release their deep, earthy aroma. With each turn, the scent grows richer, warm, nutty, full of promise. Hot water meets the grounds in a gentle bloom, and the air fills with the bold, rising breath of coffee. The aroma wraps around you, comforting, sharp, awakening. It smells like morning, like focus, like the quiet joy of being fully here. And it is in this presence, this slow, grounded ritual, that the choice to do autoethnography finds its echo. This methodological approach, like brewing coffee manually, it's about attention. It asks you to linger, to listen deeply, to smell the air of your own world. It's not about rushing to answers, but steeping in the everyday until meaning rises, bold and real, like the scent of coffee unfolding in morning light. So, methodologically speaking, this is a well-established qualitative research approach for you to know. Autoethnography is a qualitative research approach that combines autobiography, so it's about your own story, and ethnography to systematically analyze and reflect on the researcher's personal experiences in relation to broader cultural, social, or political meanings. Speaking of cultural, social, and political meanings, I would like to talk a little bit about Antonio Gramsci, a philosopher as well as a Marxist political thinker. The guy in this picture is, of course, not Gramsci. This is Mussolini, if you know, Benito Mussolini, a fascist Italian prime minister being freaked out as Gramsci idea began to spread out all over Italia. The statement, "We must stop this brain from functioning for 20 years," was infamously declared by prosecutor to imprison Gramsci for the next 20 years. Gramsci himself was born in Sardinia in a heavy peasant population. Even though his background wasn't from peasant family, but they financially struggled. Gramsci, however, was intellectually gifted and then able to secure scholarship and going to the University of Turin. But unfortunately, he dropped out and engaged in a communist political party in Italy. Later, he jailed for 20 years by Mussolini regime and passed away at the age of 46. Gramsci, after all, one of great Marxist thinker with the theory is still relevant today. Early on his theoretical development, Gramsci raised questions. Why revolution did not happen? Even decades after Marx, even after countless political attempts and struggles. And then similar to Gramsci, I am now asking similar questions for my autoethnographic research. Why physical education and physical education, teacher education, do not essentially change? Today's children in our school do similar PE with my PE 30 years ago. No change, no different. I was then I was trained as a PE teacher long time ago, more or less the same as PE student teachers in many contemporary PE programs around the country. Why does this happen this way when there is no change? That's my questions. Gramsci theory, as I mentioned earlier, is very much powerful as for analyzing my research problem, particularly in his theory on hegemony. In the following slides, I would like to illustrate how conceptions of hegemony is described. A little bit story of cartoon. There are two young fish swimming along and they happen to meet a submarine traveling the other way. One passenger greets, "Morning fish, how's the water today?" One fish looks over the other and goes, "What the hell is water?" You see, human, us, are just like fish. We take our word transparent and given something transparent, just like fish see the water. But the water the fish swim in is natural, often as a result of natural processes. The water we swim in, however, is surely not natural. It's cultural. What this illustration brings to the theoretical table, what it is that fish can't change the nature around them. It's all fixed. Meanwhile, our culture changes all the time. But if it's true, what makes us accept culture as the way it is? Just like water for the fish. What makes us accept the culture in which we live as the way it is? Why is this fully transparent water? Why we see culture just like water for the fish here? Something natural. Why does the culture around us feel so natural? That's the theory underlying hegemony from Gramsci. So, for Gramsci again, we feels that way. We feels like the fish, as a human, we feels like the water, the fish feels the water. And the reason why everything looks so natural, even though what we see is cultural, is the hegemony. In shorter sense, Gramsci terms it as the invisible politics behind common sense. Where we see culture as natural because we see it as a common sense. They are subtle ways through which dominant ideas and values are normalized and accepted as the way it is, as common sense. Cultural hegemony legitimizes and maintains status quo in favor of dominant groups. That's the problem. Status quo, when there is no change, because there is a status quo. When there is status quo, because we take it as common sense. That's what I am gonna analyze for my auto-ethnographic project. All right? So let me continue. Therefore, what we feel about hegemony, just like the fish feels the water, ideas come to us as natural despite they are socially constructed and only benefit specific groups of people. The term common sense itself is a chaotic aggregate of popular beliefs, opinions, practices that are deeply ingrained in a society, in our culture, in the people surrounding us, influencing how people understand the world around them and within it. It's like, again, the water, the water, the water. So back to my research question, why PE and P do not essentially change? Gramsci's theory of hegemony helps us understand that PE and its teacher education can be regarded as a civil society in which arena of ideological transmissions appears to happen as common sense. Subordinate groups like students, PIT students like most of you, what I call PIT student is PJKR, okay? So you might want to take it as PJKR. Every time I said PIT students and PIT academics might accept their own subordination as normal, as inevitable. Hegemony in PE and P may occur by force, like mandated curriculum, but most of the time, ideas are imposed through consent. We give consent to do the things cultural expect us to do. So that's why that consent, shaped by culture, language, and everyday practices of teaching PE. Now let me come to what literature within the camp of socially critical inquiry that demonstrated a lot of common sense in PE and P. But now let me give you a couple of examples. It is common sense, in fact, that there is an inseparable link between sport and PE. David Kirk, one of a prominent professor in PE, in his 2010 book said, the common sense of PE filled with the idea of physical education as sport techniques. Additionally, in more contemporary policy environment in Indonesia and discourses, we take PE as health and fitness education for granted. It is what it is. PE is about fitness. PE is about health. PE is about doing sport. This common sense are like water for the fish. We take those for granted. But this is actually problematic in my analysis. I'm gonna show you in my presentation. First of all, it is common knowledge among us that our PE curriculum theories and practices have historically plagued by sports intended toward teaching sport techniques or skill development. These curricular practices resulted into teacher-centered instruction, lack of progression, and limited educational values. Apparently, the dominant ideology includes local pride or nationalism. I remember yesterday when we had a meeting with FKPPS, we sang Patriot Olahraga. You know, we have common sense that sport is connected to patriotism, but there is a problem in there. So when we sing that song in physical education meeting, that's a big question. I'm sorry about that, but that's what happened. It has long been used by government, especially Orde Lama and Orde Baru, if you might know that, through which what Gramsci called the dominant group or government at this point directs collective will, notably economic developmentalism, or we call it pembangunanisme. This hegemony is still persists today in our schools. Secondly, when we consider PE as sport techniques, we privilege certain types of body and bodily identities. It would be inevitable that our teaching favor athletic, skillful, as well as able bodies. Literature in sport studies has concluded that sport are the arena in which masculinism is celebrated, most notoriously through the creation of competitive environment, domination, and practice of machismo. This ideology has been carried over in our PE classes, very unfortunate, within which our children will either learn about being masculine and dominate other, or being marginalized by such ideology because they don't meet the masculine cultural expectation. That's what I call problem, right? Thirdly, we tend to take sport science for granted. I said now sport science. But let me remind you that we adopted sport science only some 20 years ago. Prior to the mid of 1990s, almost none of us talk about sport science. But now it seems to me that the most of us are amazed by such rigorous approach to knowledge development. As a result, our field of study has gained higher status, of course, in the academy. Then also see the government, like Kemenpora, for example, or probably the government in province and everything, sporting bodies, like me in Sport Climbing Federation, for example, strongly believe that sport science is the panacea, is the obat manjur of underperformed athletes and sporting teams. You have a problem with your team, you have a problem with underperformance athletes, what is the solution? Sport science. Like every day, everybody praise to sport science. However, when it comes to PE, let me tell you, the scientification of our faculties has led to the PE professional preparation with emphasis on sport science or performance-based framework. In most of our programmatic cases, this neglect student-teacher learning and development, especially regarding inclusive teaching, social justice pedagogy, and critical health education, simply because we might not realize the ideology of scientification. We take that for granted. Now, I'm taking another example of the possible hegemony under fitness and health education. Because right now, many PE teachers are happy when they talk about PE as kebugaran. It sounds like very keren. PE, pendidikan jasmani kebugaran, keren amat gitu. Like that. But there is a problem in that. Because it's common sense right now. Yeah. If you're not quite familiar with healthism as the problem under that hegemony, let me explain it a little bit. Healthism or kesehatanisme is the idea that health and fitness are personal choice or individual responsibility. Basically, if you are sick, it's your own fault. If you are unfit or not fit or not having some kind of fitness status, it's your own problem. If you are obese, it's you that you can't control your desire to eat. So your own problem. We might not say that explicitly, but such idea is common sense being embodied in our daily action and practices. Meanwhile, the underpinning ideology is neoliberalism. Why this is a problem? Because neoliberalism is a political and economic ideology that emphasizes free market, deregulation, privatization, and reduced government intervention. In fact, being healthy and fit entails social determinants. You are healthy because your social determinants help you to be healthy. And let me tell you something. A lot of kids have no social determinants that help them being healthy. That's the problem. Furthermore, we may not realize that our PE practices and the way we prepare future PE teachers include teaching PE that moralize the body through fitness norm. For example, through the use of fitness testing. Some of us feel like we're having such a higher status. When you are a PE teacher and you test your student with fitness testing, you feel like you're good. You have a higher academic in the among any other teachers. But fitness testing could be harmful, could be dangerous without a careful ideological examination. Why? Because the test usually promotes only narrow ideal of being fitness, such as measuring VO2 max, muscular strength and endurance, and neglecting the fact that being fitness is multidimensional. Life experience, embodied joy, the unity of mind and body, and many more examples. Additionally, fitness testing can be problematic as it is assumed that each student has equal access to resources. No, not all. Not all students have similar access to resources of being fitness. It is even worse when we might not know that our students being labeled as unhealthy because they're not good at that test, then we label it as unhealthy or unfit. In the long term, it could be actual, and they could be actually active and maybe well in different ways from us. That's very narrow. The hegemonic practices in PE and P are intended toward subordinate groups. In Gramsci theory, it is called subaltern. These subordinates are, of course, students in general, but more specifically, they are marginalized students, such as girls, students with disabilities, less skilled students, non-competitive individuals, though they might enjoy moving and physically active in some other ways different from us. Students who have structural barriers to health, students who don't meet fitness standards, despite they might be active and well in way different from us. Be students like most of you being programmed to perpetuate the hegemony. Most of us also subordinate group. At this point, let me come up with some idea. I would like to think of what Lawson calls redesigning physical education, an equity agenda in which every child matters. Every child matters. Not only in the fit student, not only the healthy student, not only slim students or athletic students. I propose here to add a strategy in a Gramsci theory called counter hegemony. According to Gramsci, counter hegemony refers to the effort of subordinate groups to challenge and resist the dominant ideology and power structures of the ruling class. And central to those efforts is an organic intellectuals. That's my title of the autoethnography, who come out from and represent these subordinate groups. So basically, if most of us are organic intellectual because we represent our subgroup, I will expand this concept by illustrating the vignettes of the moment me and my family heading back home to Indonesia after spending time living in the United States for nearly 8 years. The shuttle van moved slowly along one downtown road before it completely stops in front of a townhouse and the end of the block. The driver needs to pick up a couple more passengers before going straight to the airport. He would surely complain again about our 14 luggages each time he loads additional suitcases into his van. Yes, we are 5 and leaving the United States for good. On this moving van, I again stare at my teenage son, though he keeps on turning his face away from my side. I know his tears have been dropping since we left our apartment. Dad, please, Joanne is willing to adopt me and take care of me. He has persuaded me to stay. Among us, he resists most about the plan of going back to our home country. You can't stay here, son. You are underage. He is the most broken apart. Though we all don't want to leave. He goes to school longest, enjoys the food most, and speaks the language most frequent. We've all nicely been adjusted and taken lives here for granted. Tears drop, heart breaks, all of us. Where is your mom, sweetie? The immigration officer asked our youngest one. She pointed at my wife, who's standing behind my son, holding her sister's hand. Do you know which one is your daddy? She hugs me and kisses me. The officer then stamps all of our passports and says, you'll all good to go. Then we have officially walked across the borders. I must go home. It sounds very much selfish, but the call is real. An organic intellectual, the term coined by Antonio Gramsci. Before moving forward, I would like to introduce Gramsci's conceptions of organic intellectuals versus traditional intellectuals. For him, traditional intellectuals are those who devote themselves to the life of the mind. It is the profession that concerned with being productive in cognitive way, autonomous from any social class. On the other hand, organic intellectuals emerge organically from a certain social class and come to represent the interests of the class they belong to. Organic intellectuals can be anyone, like us, anyone, those who participate in conception of the world, here through common sense. Both categories of intellectuals can be a product of the hegemonic common sense and eventually serve the interests of the dominant class. At this point, Gramsci calls for a new category of organic intellectuals who are organic to the working class. We're not talking about working class right now because we are not at the context of a company or manufacturer or everything. In this research, the working class equals to a subordinate group. I would like to demonstrate the enactment of a counter-hegemony strategy in order to change the common sense. Among other strategies, here are two I would like to report. First, through organizing and criticizing elements of common sense in PE and PED. Secondly, through holding no truth, but creating new truth about PE and sport pedagogy. In other words, these are counter-hegemonies. So the following vignettes describe my story before a huge, enormous CPD program for PE teacher I have been started. So this is written from Missy Parker. I think Taka is very familiar with her. He is one of my important people who contributed to the idea of sport pedagogy, especially from critical perspective. It was mid of May 2024 when a nationwide professional development program for Indonesian PE teachers was about to kick off. Having been appointed to lead a think tank for the development of this program, I had mixed feeling, to be honest. I was thrilled to imagine how my attempts to counter hegemony would largely affect PE professionals in the country. Suddenly, my mind flashed back to a few pieces of memory when I took doctoral training at the University of Northern Colorado. I remember the time when Missy Parker, a prominent scholar in physical education, wrote a message on the title page of my copy of her book after her class that day, some decade ago. So that's what he wrote on to Charlie, who will change physical education and the lives of children and youth, Missy. I looked it up again and slowly read it. I began to figure out the new meanings that emerged. It was so much powerful now than I previously understood it. I came home to disrupt the water, the water, and the water. Through my teaching and research and community service, I've been working to fight against the hegemonic common sense. When I work with PE student teachers, of course, my course contents facilitate critical capacity as well as developing awareness of social issues. This is salient for PE teachers who will be another organic intellectuals and will pass on the counter-hegemonic efforts with their students. Multiple impacts could be expected when I work with my doctoral student who will assume higher education career, preparing many more future PE teachers. I have supervised those interested in critical inquiry. It is a research approach not only attempting to investigate social injustice, but also promoting social and culturally inclusive PE. The following slides are some of the examples. First of all, I am part of the continuing professional development for PE teachers during 2023 and 2024. We call it PKG PCOK. If you might hear some colleagues who participate and work with us very nicely. Indeed, I played a role in disrupting the hegemony simply because advocating student-centered approach to learning. This is a way of being on the side of subordinate group, which is the students. And I challenge the dominant logic of what PE and P is all about or is for. Scholars like Tinning, Kirk, Lawson, McDonald have worked to introduce critical pedagogy into PE and sport pedagogy. While it seems to be slowly moving, social justice pedagogies have widely more accepted right now. In our national PE CBD, we included social issues in PE, which is basically social justice pedagogies. These thousands of PE teachers have been introduced by this disruptive pedagogies and expected to deliver a counter-hegemony of social injustice practices of teaching PE. The program also a counter-hegemony in a way that it prioritizes meaningful experiences in PE, through which the guiding pedagogy includes reflexivity and democratic pedagogy, providing the students the opportunity to reflect on their learning experiences enables them to be socially conscious about their marginalizing acts or marginalized position within the context of PE and physical activity. While the democratic pedagogy, through giving them voice and choice, will facilitate agency, including students' capacity to stand up against hegemonic practice. Along with this endeavor was curriculum reform for PE, which will be the reference for PE teaching and learning in the nation. While national curriculum itself is problematic and more likely to be used to dominate masses, an attempt has to be made. You have no choice in a centralized policy environment. A simple counter-hegemony here includes making the prescriptive PE as sport techniques to be eliminated and offers teachers and students alike with movement diversity. Additionally, in suggesting health education, the common sense in health and PE has been countered through teaching health as socially and culturally constructed, not just biologically determinant. Health education addresses social determinants, critical media literacy, and community well-being through advocacy as key topics in the current national curriculum. The new language has not been shared yet, but it soon come to our teachers. Further curriculum reform also focus on shifting from fixing students to understanding system. This apparently an ideological counter-hegemony toward neoliberalism and enabling students to be aware that being healthy and fit involves structural, systematic barriers, not merely individual responsibility. Broadening the definition of fitness will include mental, emotional, social, and cultural well-being, not fitness testing only. One of learning outcomes mandating students to achieve a particular fitness status has been omitted, which will allow student learning that focus on growth, enjoyment, and self-care, not performance or comparison. Finally, I also become part of the team in which Prof. Yusuf is the leader, called FKPPS. This is like the Association for PE Teacher Educators, basically. I became part of the team working to develop national curriculum for PE programs. This is, sorry. I take advantage of this opportunity to disrupt the hegemony. I'm sorry, Prof. Yusuf. I take the advantage of the opportunity, my position in FKPPS, to counter hegemony through the development of national PE curriculum. Historically, there is disconnection between PE programs that we teach and what it is expected or practiced in school settings. The newly developed PE curriculum attempts to align with what PE needs, and this curricular alignment will allow PE programs to prepare teachers addressing actual context-specific challenges in school PE. In short, PE must stop operating in isolation from school-based realities and co-design curricula with schools and teachers. The PE curriculum also moves from content-centered to purposeful curriculum reflected in the development of learning outcome, which focus on what students should be able to do and should be able to know. At this point, I challenge the idea of PE as sport techniques model in PE. FKPPS also encourages a shift toward intentional, philosophy-driven curriculum where teacher candidates explore what is PE for? What do we want students to learn in and through PE? How do we know meaningful learning takes place beyond motor skill development? Lastly, the design of PE curriculum in each study program has now been demanded to be flexible and adaptive. This means that PE curricula must prepare future teachers to navigate change, not just deliver fixed content. Now I come to food for thought. No, I mean caffeine for thought. After all, I came to the conclusions. This is autoethnography, and it's not simply a recounting experience. It is a praxis, a reflective, embodied commitment to understanding the world within and to transforming through that understanding. Drawing on Gramsci theory, I position myself as a not neutral researcher. I'm not neutral. I am on somebody's side. I am on a certain group's side, which is the students. I am an organic intellectual, one whose knowledge grows from lived struggle, from the texture of everyday life. In the cracks of routine brewing coffee, listening deeply, staying with discomfort, I learned to see the hegemonies that normalizes inequality and the small refusal that disrupt them. Choosing autoethnography itself is a counter-hegemony gesture. It challenges the disembodied voice of academic authority, insisting that experience matters. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terry, for your excellent presentation. Before any question for you, let's give once more to applause to presentation. Oke, baik, kita akan ada beberapa pertanyaan. Any question? This left, okay.
Okay, thank you for having me. I have one questions about refer to PETE. There's a lot of misunderstanding about stereotype that sport are the same with PE. So how we make a common sense and educate or elaborate student about that, so student can understand about PE and sport. I need to know about your perspective. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, all right, thank you. It's really good questions. Common sense is hard to fight against. It's not that easy, all right? And sport itself, it's not completely bad, all right? You should underline that. Sport is not completely bad. There is dark side of sport that we have to pay attention. The problem is that when we think of PE equals to sport, major PE teachers and also major PE programs that preparing PE teachers also thought that sport is the only way to be physically active or something. So we don't take that. So the underlining idea here is that we as a human being have so many forms of movement, and we don't want this to be narrowed down into sport only. Moreover, when sport has so many dark sides, like gender inequality, for example, like disability marginalization, body shape, ideality, and it's marginalized, like some people who don't belong to those ideals. All right. So when you ask me how to change this, first of all, I would say that it's not completely bad, but you have to pay attention that when you teach sport and it produces social inequality, social issue, that you have to step back, think, reflect, and might change your teaching practice. All right, for you yourself as a PE students, for example. Other than that, we have to work together. We have to stand together. We can't just do it ourselves. Together, we have to have some kind of idea that there is a strong social injustice issue in our PE practice. And then we try to change a bit. Do one small thing at a time. You don't want to change the big huge culture in front of you. It's hard. The small thing you could do, for example, we see, how to say, if we know students are not able to do something, and then we say like, you just kick the ball like a girl, you know, even though he or she might not, you know, she or he is a boy or a girl, but we as a teacher just kick harder like a boy. It's a simple thing, you know, but this is a problem because you put a masculine ideology into your teaching and perpetuate male domination over women. One thing. Another thing is fitness testing. Be careful. Fitness testing is not completely bad too, but you have to use it wisely. Otherwise, you're going to marginalize some students who don't meet the fitness standard. Being fitness is not that easy. So many social determinants to do fitness. And our fitness tests usually very narrow. So if you want to use fitness testing, you have to be careful and put it in one whole unit of fitness lesson. Not simply, okay, I'll take the test, and then if you don't do good, then your grade will be better. That's completely harmful. So a lot of things we can talk about that. So many practices that marginalize certain group of people. I hope this answer, because that was really hard questions to answer. Very good.
Yeah, thank you so much for your detailed
Okay,
answer.
thank you. One question, the last, okay.
Thanks for the explanation, Prof. Let me introduce myself. My name is Irena Kanavika Zahra from University Pendidikan Indonesia. I have a question. Autoethnography is not just about remembering experience, but framing those experience within a broader social, political, and cultural context, right? In the context of Indonesian physical education, how do we ensure that at autoethnographic writing is not only personal, but also has social transformation value? Thank you so much.
Wow, this is even more tough to answer. Well, it's almost the same. Changing culture is not that easy, but we can take advantage of PE or lesson to be in the vehicle of changes. You might be careful with your teaching, not marginalizing certain students, but help them to grow social injustice consciousness, to go consciousness that there is a problem and fight again. I'll tell you the curriculum right now that I think Pak Agus Mahendra also part of the curriculum development. It's in the curriculum, it says that the students at some SMA, they should be able to advocate the health of themselves and the other. This is very important because students, in order to be able to change the social cultural that is dominated, they need tools, skills, and knowledge. And PE will facilitate that if PE teachers know how to do that, of course, right? But you are facilitated by current curriculum right now. The student will they will not only learn about health, for example, about healthy food, for example, or about environment, or anything about health, but they will also learn to advocate critically that accessing healthy food, it's not equals to everybody. It is important for us, but in fact, it's not equals to everybody. So students need to advocate that through social media, for example, that they wrote something or they campaign with a social media flyer about the government policy which will cut the possibility of accessing healthy, nutritious food for everybody. Something like that. Another example is access to sport and physical activities. You see, access to sport and physical activities are not equal to everybody. Students right now, when they are SMA or high school, they should be able to advocate that, hey, access to sport is not the same because of this. It should be for everybody. There should be no payment, for example, for public facilities. There should be more access for us so everybody can enjoy doing physical activity and sport, not only people with money or any high social status. Something like that. So I don't know if we have to talk about something big, but as a PE teacher, we could do it from our teaching. And lastly, I could say like, there is an approach in our PE, it's called critical pedagogy. If you learn that in UPI, that will be great because you will learn how to help students to be critical of their social environment and change the social inequality through and within the context of physical activity and sport. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chari. Thank you for your question and attention. Thank you, Mr. Chari, for your excellent presentation and your answer. Hopefully, this once again give applause for Mr. Chari. Okay, finally, today the last presentation is over. Thank you, Mr. Chari and other speaker and all audience. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Helme and Professor Kalistiawan for the excellent session. We kindly ask Professor Kali to remain on the stage as we would like to present a ceremonial gift in appreciation of your contribution today. Together with our moderator, Dr. Helmi, and to present the ceremonial gift, we would like to invite Dr. Burhan Hambali. Time is yours. Please give applause to our speakers, last speakers today. Thank you, Prof. Kali, for the insightful moment for today. And our moderators, Dr. Helmi. Give applause for our moderators today. Dr. Helmi, thank you for moderating us for the last session today. For the photo session, we would like to invite all the VIPs and moderator to photo session. This is last session for today. We would like to invite the speakers and the last moderators. Okay, on my count, 1, 2, 3. All right, give applause to our speakers and moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this seminar. We would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to all our distinguished speakers. We also extend our deepest appreciation to moderator, all stakeholders, and partner for unwavering support. We would like also extend our gratitude to the committee, sponsors, and media partners. Thank you for your cooperation, support, and participation. Thank you for being a part of the 5th ISPESH this year. All right, so this is last pantun from me. Don't forget to cakep, okay? Di Bandung makan ketupat, ke Jepang beli tempura. Semoga seminar ini bermanfaat. Sampai jumpa di ISPESH selanjutnya. One more. Kekasih makan bihun pakai tahu. Terima kasih, hatur nuhun, and thank you. I'm Safa signing off. Arigatou gozaimasu. Kamsahamnida. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you on next ISPESH 2026. Kasih tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk hari ini. Oke, dan untuk mahasiswa masih ada hadiah. Oke, karena hadiahnya masih banyak, boleh banget 3 orang yang berani boleh ke depan. Ayo segera, ayo. Nggak akan disuruh push up dah. Ayo ke depan, boleh banget. Silahkan ke depan. Wow, udah ada 1. 2 lagi, boleh? Gak akan ditanya judul proposal, gak akan. Boleh ke depan. Ayo. Gak akan disuruh apa-apa, ayo. 1 lagi, ayo. Tadi yang boleh. Sini. Tadi belum dapat hadiah kan ya? Oke. Dengar-dengar dari panitia ini hadiahnya masih 250 pieces lagi ya. Jadi kita sampai isa di sini ya. Boleh. Oke, boleh ke depan. Sini. Oke. Panitia boleh minta mic 1 lagi, Bager, cantik. Oke, boleh perkenalkan diri dulu. Kenapa kayak gitu? Oke, boleh perkenalkan diri dulu. Mau pakai bahasa Inggris, pakai bahasa China, bahasa Jepang boleh? Bahasa Jawa boleh.
Oke, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Lili Purwaningsi. Saya dari Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Program studi psikologi, sport psikologi. Terus?
Oke, jadi apa pesan dan kesannya untuk ISPESH hari ini?
Pesan dan kesan untuk ISPESH tahun 2025, ISPESH kelima ya?
Ya, betul.
Kesannya apa ya? Kesannya luar biasa, terus seru pastinya, apalagi dengan ditambah dengan kayak speaker case yang sangat luar biasa dari Jepang, China dan lain sebagainya. Terus pesannya mungkin
semoga skripsinya cepat beres. Pesan kan? Pesan untuk masa depan.
Untuk saya atau
untuk teman-teman aja?
Pesannya untuk teman-teman semoga untuk besok dilancarkan, untuk apa ya?
Iya, betul.
Untuk kegiatan besok dilancarkan, apalagi yang
amin
paralel itu. Sesi paralelnya.
Oke, sudah? Oke, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Lili. Oke, Lili jangan dulu kemana-mana, masih di sini. Boleh dengan siapa dan dari semester berapa?
Halo guys.
Oh, menggelegar. Lanjut.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Divana Elfraja Firdaus. Dengan NIM 210048. Saya dari Prodi Pendidikan Jasmani, Kesehatan, Rekreasi.
Oke. Pertanyaannya,
Ya.
ada berapa? Enggak, kesan-pesan aja untuk ISPESH tahun 2025.
Pesan dan kesan selama
Hello, my name is Amar.
Oi. Siap.
I from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Oke, kesan pesannya pakai bahasa Inggris ya, boleh.
Kesannya saya sangat seru.
Oh, kok pakai bahasa Inggris? Ya, pakai bahasa Norwegia, boleh. Iya, boleh. Nggak apa-apa sok, pakai bahasa Indonesia juga boleh. Pakai bahasa Sunda boleh.
Kesannya saya sangat semangat sekali mengikuti ISPESH ini.
Oke. Dokter, Pak Ketua, mandiri. Ada 7 Ayo, 7-7-nya boleh ke depan. Ayo, cepat. 3, 2, 1. Ayo, cepat. Ayo. Asik. Sini. Nggak akan ditanya macem-macem, dah. Oke. Wih, banyak ternyata cantik-cantik dan ganteng-ganteng. Sini di tengah atuh, Neng, Gelis, Kasep, Bager. Sini di tengah. Bisa nggak kelihatan di kamera, lihat. Ini kan nanti masuk TV UPI sedunia. Oke. Boleh perkenalkan nama dan dari semester berapa? Ini tiba-tiba muncul. Ya boleh. Ya, nama sama semester berapa?
Halo semuanya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Izin memperkenalkan, nama saya Winnie Nur Absyah, semester 8.
Semester 8. Oke, lanjut.
Hello my friends, My name is Galuh Estuwilujeng. I'm from University Physical Education.
Alright, oke lanjut, next.
Selamat siang semuanya, saya Diamishun Fauzia dari semester 8.
Oke, lanjut.
Selamat siang semuanya, perkenalkan nama saya Alisa, semester 8.
Perkenalkan nama saya Indra Faisal Ramas. I'm from University Pendidikan Indonesia.
Kenapa diketahui?
And Physical Education, Health and Recreation.
Alright.
Untuk semester 8 berarti sekarang.
Oke, besok langsung ke Inggris ya. Lanjut.
Selamat siang semua, perkenalkan saya Irfan dan ada teman-teman kita dari UNJ.
Oh dari
Kebetulan,
UNJ?
Ya.
Luar biasa.
Ini pertama kali kita datang ke UPI. Kita
Wah,
dari
boleh tepuk tangan dulu. Terima kasih. Selamat datang
program
di UPI.
studi S2 Psikologi Olahraga.
Oh, oke. S2 luar biasa. Boleh tepuk tangan dari kawan kita dari UNJ. Tadi pagi langsung berangkat ke sini jam berapa? Oh, kemarin. Kemarin luar biasa. Terima kasih atas apresiasinya untuk ISPESH. Silahkan lanjut.
Perkenalkan nama saya Gifar Asmar Usmana dari Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Oke, semester?
Semester 8.
Semester 8 sama juga. Oke, jadi pertanyaannya adalah Oke, yang bisa jawab cepet-cepetan?
Boleh pulang.
Boleh pulang, benar. Nanti langsung ngacung aja ya. Oke. Oh, yang ambil duluan, bawa aja ke rumah. Oke. Sebutkan nama lengkap satu speakers kita hari ini. Cepat. Ambil atuh. Cuma gitu doang. Sok.
Puan Wahida.
Gak kedengeran, maaf.
Puan Wahida.
Binti. Ayo, ada lebih panjang lagi.
Binti Jamila.
Agak ngarang ya. Ayo, tadi kan banyak banget. Boleh ya dari WNJ dulu? Oh boleh, boleh. Ayo.
Atas nama Prof. Masindok.
Prof?
Masindok.
Dari?
China.
University apa ya? Apa ya? Pas. Dioper dulu sama UNJ, boleh?
Profesor Takahiro Sheto dari Tsukuba University Jepang.
Wih, oke, tepuk tangan. Satu dapat panitia boleh? Bentar ya, tunggu di situ ya. Nanti kita foto bareng. Lanjut.
Kalau seingat saya, Kak.
Seingat saya, Cina bro. Tadi kan katanya memperhatikan.
Profesor Puan Wahidah Binti apa ya? Ya pas deh.
Ya apa-apa. Ya boleh. Satu kali kesempatan lagi.
Dari Keynote terakhir Bu.
Ya.
Cali Setiawan dari UNY, Universitas.
Benar? Oke, betul. Ya siap-siap selebrasi dulu ya. Oke. Dikasih dulu. Oke. Untuk yang 5 gini gimana? Mau geret koper pulang apa gitu? Push up cina ya.
Kata ibu tadi sesuai komitmen, kesan dan pesan.
Gimana?
Kan sesuai komitmen tadi pas
belum atuh. Oke, sok. Untuk kesan-kesannya hari ini, apa yang didapat dari pematerian hari ini dari kita tadi mulai jam 8 sampai jam 3 ini pasti banyak banget yang didapat ilmunya. Salah satunya apa?
Kesannya mendapatkan ilmu baru terutama dari Jepang, dari China, dan Indonesia.
Halo. Oke, siap, lanjut.
Kesannya saya sangat asik ketika melihat, karena dari berbagai speakers juga, Jadi sorotan di beda-beda negaranya juga jadi membuat menarik, dan pesannya untuk next ISPESH 2026 semoga sudah lebih baik dan menjadi lebih baik lagi gitu.
Oke, luar biasa. Lanjut, boleh silakan.
Oke. Untuk kesannya hari ini dari kegiatan awal sampai akhir sangat menarik, apalagi dari speakersnya juga pada amazing semua. Untuk ISPESH selanjutnya semoga lebih menarik lagi dan speakersnya juga lebih banyak lagi.
Oke, terima kasih. Lanjut.
Untuk ISPESH
Terakhir mikir lihat.
Untuk ISPESH 2025 ini menurut saya memberikan kesan yang luar biasa sekali dengan keynote speakers yang didatangkan langsung dari segala penjuru Asia. Ada dari Korea, kemudian ada dari China, kemudian dari Malaysia juga.
Lanjut.
Pastinya memberikan suatu wawasan baru bagi saya bahwa physical education ini ternyata tidak hanya ada di sekitar saya, tidak hanya ada di Indonesia, ternyata ada di segala penjuru dunia dan terus berkembang menjadikan ilmu yang berdiri teguh lah. Kemudian untuk pesannya semoga di ISPESH 2026 nanti keynote speakersnya didatangkan dari bermacam-macam dunia.
Bermacam-macam dunia dan akhirat.
Tiba dikit.
Boleh.
Dari bermacam negara.
Iya.
Maaf. Sorry.
Dunia, ada beberapa dunia ya, siap.
Dari bermacam-macam negara. Dan tentunya dari partisipannya juga semoga lebih meriah dan lebih banyak dari yang sekarang.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih.
Saya berarti terakhir ya Bu ya?
Kenapa?
Berarti terakhir saya ya?
Oh enggak, kamu mah pertanyaan beda sendiri.
Oh pertanyaan?
Iya.
Oh, apa sih?
Jadi ada berapa total peserta ISPESH tahun ini?
Setahu aku ya Bu ada 132 deh kayaknya.
Bener
ya.
gitu?
Ini banyak yang gak pada hadir. Sebenarnya banyak Bu.
Sebenarnya banyak ya, tahu saya juga sebenarnya banyak. Atau berapa?
147 saya lihat di grup WhatsApp.
Para Bapak Ibu dosen panitia, betul tidak? Salah.
Berarti ada kesalahan catatan Bu.
Tadi
kayaknya
ada
ya.
di awal tadi disebutkan. Sok diingat-ingat
ya?
lagi, kan tadi sangat memperhatikan ya Ibu lihat.
Kayaknya datangnya agak telat sih tadi aku. Kayaknya ya. Tapi kalau kesan-pesan banyak sih Bu.
Oh gak ada yang
Iya.
nanya kesan-pesan.
Ya kalau kesan-pesan. jujur. Kesan-pesan banyak.
Ya
banget.
sok kesan-pesan.
Jujur ya dari hati yang paling dalam ini.
Iya boleh.
ISPESH tuh mengubah hidup saya Bu.
Oh ini. Nggak kuat.
Ya.
Membuka hidup kayak gimana maksudnya?
Jujur,
di berbagai dunia
ya,
kayak tadi apa gimana?
Karena kan awal-awal kan saya ngelihat kayak art dari physical education tuh apa gitu ya. Ternyata banyak artiannya dan menurut tuh banyak sampai ke et al dari tahun 19 berapa sampai ke paling baru kan. Ya. Terus pada akhirnya yang saya lihat sendiri gitu ya. Ternyata sudut pandang itu banyak, tapi ketika saya ada di sini ternyata sudut pandang itu tidak perlu menyudutkan orang lain juga. Kayak gitu sih yang saya lihat. Itu sih Bu.
Tepuk tangan jangan? Tepuk tangan atuh. Oke, boleh dikasih nyanyi dulu cenah, pantun ya harusnya mah. Boleh perwakilan dari komite berfoto bersama dulu yang dapat door prize, mangga Bapak Ketua. Mangga silakan. Boleh agak merapat ke sebelah kanan, adik-adik tercinta. Boleh, siap. Diperlihatkan dari Speeder Swim Dominate, luar biasa. Boleh kita tepuk tangan untuk para sponsor, luar biasa. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke, siap? Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke, siap, beri tepuk tangan untuk kita semua, terima kasih. Terima kasih, hatur nuhun adik-adik, semoga lancar studinya. Dan juga teman-teman yang ada di sini boleh kita, kameranya sebelah mana ya? Kita kasih dadah-dadah dulu sama yang di Zoom, kameranya sebelah mana? Oke, dan kita foto bersama dulu ya bareng. Ya. Oke, untuk yang di Zoom boleh di on cam semua. Kita akan melaksanakan dokumentasi bersama dengan teman-teman yang on-site di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Musik, boleh musik.